another night of excitement and drama on Photo Talk. And here we have our cast of characters that are kind enough to join us on your screen here. We got Roy and Randall and John and Gustavo, who just got back from a trip from Texas. He did not try to surprise Randall, I don't think, and scare him at his house or anything. So he was too busy scaring birds away. Hopefully he got some good images. And speaking of images, obviously that's what the show tonight is all about, is to share our love of photography and share our images with each other, and just enjoy each other's work, as everybody has a different approach and everybody has a different genre. And it's my favorite show of the month. It probably is for a lot of people. But we're going to wait until we got 16 people in here now, according to my little ticker on my screen. And when we hit about 25, we will start getting set up to share the images. What I'm going to put this up already just to show you I'm at the top of my game, even though I'm a little bit sore tonight. So I may have to get up a few times. I kind of threw my back out, so I'm kind of just taking it slow. But anyway, I'm going to throw this up and give you the reminder ahead of time for next month. So we are on the top of our game. And I'm also going to, I guess, I've been very, very, cooperative in terms of accepting images way beyond the deadline, in some cases during the show itself. And to be honest with you, it's kind of gotten a little bit old. So I will mention it later in the show. But basically, when I originally said we were going to do this, I said, anything that comes in after noontime the Friday before would be put into the queue for the following month. So I'm going to stick to that after this week, because I don't really want to be basically checking my computer all day long for stuff that comes in the last second. And I certainly don't want to be trying to share people's images the night of the show when they send me an email during the show, because in a way it's not even fair to those who do that, because I don't have time to suck it in and show it the way I show everybody else's pictures. I'm showing it from my email. It's not necessarily the best way to do it, but so let's do our best to get the images in the Friday before the actual event by noontime Eastern time, because that way I don't have to be running around all hours of the night and the next morning and doing everything the last minute. I would appreciate that. We have 63 images that we got, which is right up there with our I think our top. I think we had maybe 66 one time, and it ended up being over 70 because we had a lot of images that came in during the show. And so we ended up, I think, around 70, but 60, 63, 64 images, I think. So that's exceptionally good. And I like it when I start seeing stuff from people that I haven't seen images from. I really like, for those of you out there that are maybe a little shy or a little bit nervous about sending your images in, just send in one. Just send in one. So we got, according to my spies here on the panel, Chuck is in the house. So everybody,
good night,
Chuck.
Chuck.
How you doing, Chuck? It's good to see you. Well, not see you, but hear you. See you typing. If I could see you from this screen right now, man, I got special superpowers. We got Jeff and Leslie, and Ava's here, and let's see who's come in. And obviously we got Mookie's in here, and Robert Varner. Terry's here, And,
Rakesh.
Hey, Jeffrey, I have a question.
yeah.
I noticed that Chuck's AP Studios has got this. Is it a new Facebook group? Is it new or what's
No,
the
AP
story on it?
Studios is what he always had.
Yeah.
But it seemed like it's a new group that came on a few days ago. Is it?
Well, he had a I don't do Facebook, but he had a Facebook page for where people, you'd have to like to send in images. You couldn't just do it. You had to kind of get pre-screened or whatever to be in the community.
Seemed like a new
But
one. There's quite a few members who joined in.
You think that he did he did a show on his channel earlier, or
No, it's just that it just showed up on the Facebook, this AP Studios, and
oh yeah, he's probably keeping the active the Facebook stuff. And Chuck, I hope you're doing well, and I hope your wife gets home soon. I know this traveling bit for work is a real bummer. That's
And
no
you see,
fun at all.
Maribel is also connected.
We got Long Rider in the house. Hello, Long Rider. How you doing? We got Pharaoh Man in the house. Wayne's here. Bob from Bob Our Photos is here. Yeah. And so we got a good group. We're up to 28 people. So we will show the photos in a minute here. Once we're done with the photos, we may talk a little bit about, not that 5 million people aren't talking about what the Z6 III is supposedly going to be, but that's actually getting almost to the point of too much. Way too much. Too much.
I just want to know if it's got 2 USB ports.
It's just, so we'll talk a little bit about that, but we're not going to get too.
Wait until you see my Hasselblad video that I'm going to post in a couple of days. I did a big production on that. Ooh, wait until you see this puppy. There's going
old or new Hasselblads.
There's going to be some trolls on this video. Hey,
you have to realize that when you're on a platform like this, that you're always going to get people that don't like what you do. I mean, it comes with the territory. And what I say to them, and for the 1 or 2 that always give me a thumbs down on my videos, all I got to say is you're not hurting me. You're helping my algorithm out.
Yeah.
So if you think you're hurting me by giving me a thumbs down, you're really not. I don't go to bed crying because you gave me a thumbs down. But the way I am about stuff like that is, to be honest with you, if you don't like what I do, if you don't like what I say, just don't watch me. Don't waste your energy putting your thumb down or clicking the button at all. Just don't watch me. Go watch somebody else that you like, because you're not hurting my feelings. You're just kind of like wasting your time. If you stay on long enough to do this, then it's your time that's being wasted, not mine.
The more trolls, the more subs, man.
So doesn't bother me. We're up to 30 now, so let me get things situated to bring up some of the images, and we will start going through it, because we got 64. So on an average night, that's going to take us right to midnight, pretty much, just going over these pictures. Greg, thank you very much. See the comments I get when I send somebody a check for $20. If I didn't send Greg that $20, he's probably the one giving me the thumbs down. I mean, he just doesn't want to admit it. Oh, I see the drunk wedding photographer is in the house, and
I want to see what David looks like.
Yeah.
Congratulations to being on. Great.
Yeah.
you know, that was interesting. I watched most of it. It's usually in the time slot, unfortunately, when I'm out grocery shopping. I don't usually get to see it, but I did get to watch a good part of it, and you were great, and congratulations on that. Very good.
And David, Instagram is very good. He writes extremely well. He's very emotional in his writing, so I love that, David.
And we'll bring Wayne in here and shrink our screen a little more. How you doing, Wayne?
Morning, guys. How's everyone doing?
This is really starting to look like the Hollywood Squares. I like it. It's a Chuck always liked to have the Hollywood Squares. He liked 3 rows when we used to have 3 rows. That was.
I'm Paul Lynn. I
Paul
get to
Lynn.
be Paul Lynn.
I'll be Charlie Weaver, but I'd have to get a little bit of hair on my head to do Charlie Weaver.
Charlie Weaver.
Remember Charlie Weaver?
Yeah. I get to be Paul Lynn.
Well,
Remember him?
Yeah. Well, folks, we're gonna bring up the photos and we're gonna start talking about them. So let me get the screen up here, and we will. It's gonna take a second for it to show up. Waiting to see it if it shows up on my laptop. Do you guys see anything yet?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it has quite a delay. So the first images are from my friend Bob our photos, and Bob always likes to be first because it's 9:12 p.m. Eastern time. Bob usually goes to bed, I think, at 9:13. So he likes to be first. So I'm picking on you, Bob, but we want to make sure that that we get through yours here so you can go to bed.
And he's on meet early, correct? Jeff,
I don't want him to be crouch for his wife. I want him to be in a good mood when he wakes up. So, so his first shot here, all the shots that Bob takes are with the Nikon Z8. The pictures that you're going to see here, the 4 images that he submitted, were all with the 180 to 600 millimeter lens, and they were all taken at Huntington Beach State Park. And so this is a female merganser, early morning light. You can see the color of the light hitting the bird on in the face on the side, that side of the body. And so it's nice when they manage to get close enough for you to, not many a times they like to be pretty far away from you, but if you kind of don't talk much and just stand there and don't move a lot, then sometimes they start creeping a little bit closer and you're able to get a good shot. Let me see if somebody else is trying to come in. I heard oh yeah. Oh, I guess we lost Wayne. David Stewart's going to come in. This may interrupt us for a second because Dave is coming in live from Yellowknife, out in the middle of nowhere. So we're going to let David come in here and make sure he's not frozen solid.
I'm still here. I'm just kind of in the middle of things.
Okay, David, are you alive and well, or is that a mannequin I'm looking at?
Well, see, it's me. I got hands here.
You got hands, okay.
Good Rembrandt lighting there for you.
We're on an ice road offshore from Yellowknife. Anita just took a test shot out the window, and she has Aurora. So this is going to be Aurora Central. We got storm stayed.
All right.
So we're here an extra night. We've been here a week, and we only had 1 night of Aurora shooting, and this is going to be night number 2. So I'm not complaining at all, even though the temperature is a balmy minus 25. So we're doing good. And I'm sure Gustavo will do the math to figure out what the temperature is.
Well, I'll do it right now. It's minus 13 Fahrenheit. So okay. You can have it. You can have it. That's like I said, that's probably about 40 degrees colder than I want.
Yeah. Anyway, I haven't gotten out to set up a camera out yet, but I'll be doing that shortly. You know, and we've got vehicles driving by because this is a major ice road in the territories.
Oh, wow.
Well, I hope you
And I
get
got
some
to
great
figure out a
shots
better place
tonight.
to. Okay.
I'm gonna jump back to the pictures here so that I could get so I can get Bob to bed. I want to go through his photos here so Bob can take a nap. So let me move some stuff around on my desktop. I got my voice echoing, so somebody must have me on another feed. So the next shot here is something that might create a little controversy, and Bob is known to try to create some controversy. Is he took a shot of a kingfisher, and in this case he used a sky replacement. So this is a sky replacement. This though is the sky that he did take at Huntington Beach. Somebody have YouTube on because I could hear myself echoing. So anyway, this is the shot of the kingfisher with the sky replacement, and then I'll show you the next shot is representative of how it really was, and then you can decide whether or not sky replacement is a good idea or not. Of course, here it's slightly different because he decided to go to the bathroom during this shot.
Oh.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's not confetti. Or
Caught in the act.
caught in the act.
Caught in
Yeah.
the act.
So needless to say, usually the birds, they do what they call a dump and run. Once they dump and fly, then they take off.
I think
So
maybe
what do you-
Dave will need to
what
mute
do
his
you guys
mic.
think here?
There's echoes coming from that side, I believe.
See, we're okay now.
Oh, YouTube.
We okay now?
Yeah.
Yes, we're okay now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go, man.
So, yeah, so I mean, this is obviously a lot of people do sky replacements, and you can understand why. But this is see, typically this is what we have. We have gray, we have shades of gray, we have deep blue, and then when we do get white wispy clouds with a little gray in them, we're like jumping up and down like kids that just got handed, a bag full of candy because we don't see it a lot. So it's
But I would say to Bob, these poop shot are not uncommon
yeah.
for all photographers.
I can't comment anymore about this particular picture because it is a family show, so I have to leave it at that.
That's when Photoshop come very handy.
Yeah. So the last image he sent in was of.
Let me say one thing here, Jeff, because this actually it's a little bit of. I mentioned several times very famous wildlife photographers, old timer. He's retired now. That he always said, poop in wildlife photography bad, blood good. So I attended several seminars. So you just show some blood, a fish or something, that's good. Poop, you have to erase. You have to use your Photoshop.
But his last shot he sent in was of the snow geese that we had. which we did have one pair of them, and but for a while, for a few days anyway, it was just a singular one, and then eventually the one on the right showed up, and which was good. So it had a little bit of company, and when you look at the area that snow geese cover, it does show that they're in South Carolina. But I think, as I said on a previous show, we had somebody roll their window down or lower the window on their car, and they said, in the 30 years they've been here, they've never seen snow geese in the park before. So they may be in South Carolina, but they aren't typically where we're shooting. So it'd be interesting to find out exactly where they do like to hang out in South Carolina. But they are interesting birds to watch, and they do eat a lot of grasses. I mean, they really go at it. So Bob, we thank you for sending in your images as always, my friend, and we will get together this coming week and get some more pictures, hopefully. The next participant in the show here is Luis, and he sent this cute little shot here.
Oof. Okay.
Of a weasel, and he took this from the Greek island of Crete, taken with the D500 with a 500 PF at f5.6, 1/640th of a second, ISO 900. So that's a cute. It's interesting because we occasionally can capture a mink photo down here where I am, and seeing the weasel. The weasel definitely is smaller than the mink. I had never seen a weasel before, so at least, like I said, from what I can see, it's definitely considerably smaller than a mink is.
Yeah, but that's a beautiful portrait, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well done, Luis. This is Luis P.
Yeah, Luis Pierre.
All right. Great capture.
No,
Nice expression.
No, he sends in wonderful work, as do everybody. So his next shot that he sent in is called he says it's a hummingbird called a snowcap in Costa Rica.
That's right.
Taken with the Z8 with the 200 to 500 zoom at 500 millimeters. So look how sharp that is, and that's the 2 to 5. Okay, so a lot of people like to knock the 2 to 5. I'll tell you, I had the 2 to 5 for a long time. Bob's used the 2 to 5 for a long time. You can get amazingly good shots with that 2 to 5, and that is if you're, now maybe, if you're starting off in wildlife photography, you would probably get the 180 to 600 at this point, but back not too many years ago, the 2 to 5 was a perfect entry lens to get into bird photography that would not break the bank.
Yeah. And Jeff, this is one species that I would like to photograph particularly, because the hummingbirds, this is a color in the hummingbird. That's the only hummingbird that has that reddish color. Okay. So it's a fantastic capture, Luis. It's a species that obviously is very desirable for people that photograph birds.
Now, what's interesting is his settings, because one, he was, normally, well, let's just put it this way. Hummingbirds don't like to sit still very long, right? So you're very lucky when you can get one sitting like this. But he took this wide open at 5.6, only at 1/400th of a second, when he was at ISO 8000. And that just goes to show you, because that's one thing I've heard from reading a lot on the Costa Rica trips that you can take is, you're in the forest, so you don't have, in many cases, you don't have a lot of light, so you are going to be shooting at higher ISOs. So imagine if he would have really been up there if he shot this, let's say, at 1/1200th of a second instead of 1/400th of a second. So he did what he had to do to try to not have super high ISOs here, but it's difficult from what I understand shooting in Costa Rica because you got so much plant life and vegetation that you are dealing with a lot of shadows, and you're dealing with some dark areas that you're trying to shoot in.
I like the background too. It's just about right.
And rainy situations. So many photographies are taken when it's raining or has just short raining. So overcast skies are not uncommon. On the other hand, a lot of these there is a lot of feeders in a lot of the lodges, right? So the hummingbirds, as you know, they hang around the feeder. But it's a fantastic photo, Luis. Congratulations.
I like
Yep. Very good as always. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. His next shot that he sent in, and this is just a bird that everybody loves to take pictures of, and it doesn't really matter where you. Well, actually, no. I'm jumping ahead of myself. His next shot is of a. I've never seen one of these, obviously, because it's not near him. This is also in Costa Rica, a prong-billed barbet, BARBET, barbet. He took this with the Z8 with the 180 to 600 at 310 millimeters, f6.3, 1/500th of a second at ISO 1250. So he obviously had better lighting in this area. But that's an interesting looking bird.
Yeah, the barbets are related to the toucans, Jeff.
I like the bill is kind of like chunky, short, but it looks very strong,
Yeah, because they are somewhat related to the toucans.
You know
But
what
it's
they eat? You know what they tend to eat? They eat fruits or
fruits and like the toucans, fruits and some they supplement that with some protein, insects, and that kind of stuff. Now the toucans eat sometimes other birds' chicks. Correct? They are very famous for robbing the eggs. But again, this is wonderful, and these barbets are not that common. And I like the composition here that he allowed for some space to show the environment, the lush Costa Rica tropical environment, which is important in the photos, correct? Not
Off the
everything has to
branch.
be.
yeah. I mean, I actually like on the far right there that
Some flowers.
stem coming up with like the layered effect with the leaves.
Exactly.
That's kind of neat, and I don't. It's probably too small for you guys to see on your screen, but on my screen I see some little streaks of raindrops. So it was raining when he took this picture, at least a little bit.
Yeah. And
Oh yeah.
and look at the perch. How many plant life there is in the perch, correct? So talk
Yeah.
about an interesting perch.
Yeah, you got a little of everything. You got looks like some vines, and you've got all different shapes of leaves and everything in there. So I mean, it's very pretty. But obviously it's raining because that bark to the left of the bird is dark, very wet looking. But thanks so much, Luis, for sending those photos in. As always, we really appreciate it. So we're gonna move on to this is where I kind of jumped ahead and said that this bird that you're gonna see next is something that we all love to try to capture, no matter what part of the world you're in.
Kitchen.
We will pop it up on the screen here, and this is from Martin Hild, and I'm going to give you his website if you want to check out some of his work. What I could do later after the show is I'll go back and I'll type it into the chat, or actually, bear with me. I'll type it in from my laptop right now, and I'll put it in for everybody.
And typically, Martin, because he's in Germany, he joined later, correct? So we may have the
Correct.
opportunity to. but it's a good capture, a fantastic capture of this malachite kingfisher. Beautiful.
Yeah, I like the coloration that you get in, the ones that we have down where I am, aren't very colorful. The ones in Europe and other parts of the world are so much more colorful than what we have here.
Yeah, I think because I believe most of the biodiversity of the uh, family of the kingfishers evolve in Asia, and therefore here in the Americas we have some nice species, but not that many. Correct? The most colorful are typically in Asia.
I just put in his
Certainly there where John is, John and Wayne.
Yeah. Yeah, I seen them.
Yeah, I just put in his website, everybody, so that you can. So it's in the chat, so people can go back and look at it.
So which lens did Martin use? The 800?
He used the Z8 with the 800 PF f6.3, 1/100th of a second. He didn't ISO 280. So he says he took this at a local park in Wiesbaden. He says he's briefly seen a kingfisher in the park before. He says it's usually only a flash of blue. Rarely did he have a chance to get a picture. He says this winter he had 3 kingfishers there. And when he noticed the birds, he went again and again and again. And finally, this past November, came very close and was able to get a few shots. And he says, no, this was not from a paid hide where I could get very close. He says, I probably took 200 pictures on this occasion. And he said he makes a comment on how brilliant the VR is on the 800 PF and the camera. He says it's a crop, maybe somewhat beyond DX, what you'd have in a DX shot. And he cloned out an irritating branch in the upper left corner in post, which he usually doesn't do. He says just to be transparent. Don't worry, Martin, we're not going to crucify you if you remove the small twig or something. He says it might be somewhat clinical, but it's the first time he got a clear and close-ish shot of a kingfisher. But, oh, yeah, I love the color on this bird. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Congratulations, Martin, for sure.
Yeah. Now, he managed to share a second picture, which he has a story about. So I'll put that picture up.
Oh, wow.
So he says the second picture is the same location, but different tree, different bird. He says, while the first picture shows the female, it says orange lower beak. This one is a male. So he says he told me that he went there over and over and over again. They had a pretty heavy snowfall in mid-December. He said his wife was snowed in at work for 26 hours. And I imagine taking a picture of the kingfisher in the snow. So I went there and I couldn't believe my luck. It worked. I was able to shoot the bird in my desired conditions. He says, however, it's hard to focus through heavy snow, and it is so hard to process because you cannot get rid of snowflakes directly in front of the bird. Yeah, they don't have snowflake removal yet in the software packages. Once again, this time it was the Z9 with the 800 PF, 1/1250th of a second. He says that's like the minimum to get good-looking snowflakes. He says f6.3, ISO 6400. He says he tried longer shutter speeds, but no use. He says, I'm still very happy with the shot. Maybe more special than the first one because it was more planned and intended. And he says, of course, kingfishers have a bad time during freezing temperatures because they will simply starve. When the fishing grounds are frozen over, they usually don't migrate. So that's not good.
Well, I would agree with Martin here, Jeff. I actually, we see a lot of kingfisher pictures. They're always wonderful, but I like this one even better than the other one. because the unusual presentation here with the snow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fantastic. So, Martin, this is worthy of a special uh, recognition because of the effort that you took, but also, I mean, fantastic.
Yeah, this is as
And
they
is it very sharp on the bird?
yes, it is. It is. It's very, very
Yeah,
nice.
with everything else going on.
I mean, he did a very good job. I mean, he probably, well, I'm sure he, that's the one thing good about digital. You're not sitting there and saying, "Oh, I'm down to my last 2 shots on my roll of film." You could sit there and shoot it, 100 times if you want, right? So,
Hey,
but,
I have a question about bird photography, since I'm not a
yeah,
bird photographer. There's different types of bird photography, correct? So there's one like this where it's more artistic, and then
well,
there's
there's,
one that's
yeah, this is
more
like an environmental shot, which is most people
so
would call this an environmental shot.
so it's not a bird identifier shot.
Correct. It's not. This isn't made for. This one isn't made to like go on a field guide.
Yeah, and I notice there's a lot of people do that, the field guide book type pictures,
Yeah.
right? And all it is not, it's just the ID for birds,
Yeah.
as opposed to more artistic looking pictures such as this.
Yeah. When you want to, if you're taking them, unless you're taking them for a field guide, you want to try to make it more unique if you can. And this obviously is. He did a really nice job. I mean, and then you have shots where you're doing. I call it bird portraiture, and you fool around with taking birds with different kind of lighting, whether it be side lighting or back lighting, or take pictures of birds when it's foggy, or when you have the what looks like fog, coming off the cold water, in the wintertime, and you try to use those different conditions to give yourself a more of a unique photo opportunity.
If you take pictures of birds in a bird park or zoo, do they count?
Oh yeah. They still count, in my opinion. But I think you got to let people know that's where you took them. I mean, I take pictures occasionally at a zoo that's not in the park. I mean, the park is no fences. I mean, the park is a natural environment. So I mean, that's not any different than going to Yellowstone or something like that. But it's still wild animals. They're not in captivity. But I mean, I do take some pictures of animals in the zoo. But I always say that I took them in the zoo. But I mean, I'd rather have a picture of an animal or in a zoo than never be able to take the picture because I can't travel to where they normally live.
Yeah, exactly.
But I do disclose that. I don't try to hide it. I'll say I took this at the zoo. But his next shot that is sharing with us is he says let's see 20 owls, PAWNY. He says this third picture was taken in the same park. There are 3 trees he knows of that have 20 owls. His wife identified 2 trees found with the help of blue jays going completely nuts. Yeah, there are blue jays and crows and a lot of birds when they are aware of an owl being in the neighborhood. I mean, they relentlessly go after them to try to drive them away. It gets really crazy. So he says he's visited these owls many times. It's a small walk from the pond where he took the kingfisher shots. But he says of maybe 100 tries, he says this is the first time he got 2 of them at once. And even better, both color variants of them. Before that, he says he only saw the gray variants. He was stunned by the cuteness overload and still overjoyed he had the chance to see them. Once again, the Z9. with the 800 PF with the TC 1.4. So he's at 1120 millimeters. So that is a nice sharp shot. There you go with the 800 PF with the 1.4 teleconverter on it, 1/200th of a second, no less, at f11. And he stopped. The reason he stopped it down was because if you shot this wide open, there's a good chance that, you know, one bird would be in focus and the other one, even though it's pretty close, is still set back. That probably would have been blurry. So he stopped it down to try to keep them both sharp. Says they're pretty high up in the tree. He says EXIF data said the subject distance was 24 meters away. He had to shoot across from a road to get an acceptable angle. Well, therefore, the 800 with the 1.4 tele.
Pretty much well camouflaged in there.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. They look very, very content, very comfortable. And, you know, if he's shooting from across the street, then they're not paying any attention to him if he's across the street. So, I mean, that was a good thing, too, because he wasn't like on top of them. So, Martin, very, very wonderful. Another wonderful shot. And he sent in one more. And we will put that on the screen.
Oh,
I've never seen this bird before, and even in a book. But this is called a wall creeper. He says he got informed by a buddy that he ran into while taking a stroll that there was a wall creeper close by the Rhine River at a castle about 50 kilometers from his house.
wow.
So he says the wall creeper is an alpine bird that usually migrates south in the winter. This one decided to migrate north, so it got confused. He says he's never seen this bird before, so he drove the distance to capture it, and he was lucky enough to get it. He says, can you imagine that bird watchers from Belgium, Netherlands, and even from the UK came to see that bird? He says, I haven't seen so many long lenses in a long time. Why is it so popular? He says, well, it just looks spectacular. The wings are bright red, and it flashes them when it takes short hops on the wall. He says he loves that bird. He says, anyways, he went there 3 times and always had bad weather, and one time didn't even see the bird at all. He says, mind you, it is a tiny bird, size of a nuthatch maybe, and didn't come very close. So this is from about 18 meters away. Once again, the Z9 with the 800 PF, 1/640th of a second, f7.1. He says by accident, I guess he was normally shooting wide open. ISO 6400. He said it's a massive crop and maybe more of a proof than a good picture, but it made him so happy. He kind of wanted to share it. Because at times it's all about getting out and just enjoy watching, and I will be happy even if the pictures are not all that good. Can't agree with you more, but this is not a picture that you can say is not all that good. It's a very good picture.
Excellent.
My opinion.
Fantastic. No, for sure. Martin?
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, Martin, I hope you, Martin commented to me in an email that many a times he watches it. It's Sunday morning when he gets up and he'll watch the show. And so, Martin, we applaud you for your effort. We appreciate you sending in the images once again, and keep on doing what you're doing because you're doing a wonderful job. Our next images here. Excuse me while I take a drink quick. It's not vodka, it's just iced tea. The next images are from one of our panelists, Mr. Roy Bixby. So Roy, I'm gonna pop these up and I'll let you talk about them if you wish to.
If I remember him.
Well, I mean,
Kookaburra having a snack.
You're gonna know him better than me.
He's a kookaburra having his snack. They're the biggest kingfishers.
Is that popcorn?
I don't know what they only eat meat. I think it's a piece of snake.
Oh, really?
I have
Okay.
no idea what he's eating.
It's nice and fluffy. It almost looked like I thought you were feeding it popcorn.
180 to 600, probably the Z9.
I mean,
Probably
you know,
600.
from the picture, it doesn't look big, but it looks like pretty fat, kind of fat.
Yeah, tough birds.
But I like it.
Kookaburra? Is that a kookaburra?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like kookaburras. Not the best shot, but he looks cute.
Yeah, very noisy.
All through the night, they're noisy.
Wow. That is something else.
Yeah.
Lovely birds.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like it definitely eats well.
Yeah. And
I
Roy,
do around here. I feed
That
them
one
beef.
does.
so Roy, and you're progressing in your journey as a wildlife photographer because you see,
Oh, I'm
before
trying.
you did the kookaburra, and it was a great capture, more like a portrait. Now you're doing the kookaburra with some action, with something in the middle of the air where he's biting. So fantastic, good progression.
Yeah.
Handheld too, which was not easy.
Yeah. We're gonna convert everybody. That's
You're working on it.
so then we'll put up Roy's next image.
Black cockatoo, very rare.
Yeah, I do
We've
like
seen a
that.
few of them on and off here.
I like that little patch of yellow on the side of the face, and the pink around the eye really stands out. Obviously, that's really cool.
So Roy, let me ask you here, since we're trying to convert you, all right? So I'm going to offer, because it's you and you are here, I'm going to offer you some criticism or some advice. Okay?
Go ahead.
All right.
I need it.
Is this as you took it, or do you crop it a little bit?
No, they're all full frame. I don't worry about cropping much.
Exactly. So this photo with a slight crop, only like
Would be better, yeah. I
will be
know.
much better.
I'm trying to be natural.
No, I know, but this is an art, correct? So you try to present your species, because this is a fantastic photo. So I'm telling you this as a compliment, correct? Jeff knows the fact that even the head was in the lighter part of the wood, and you have all those interesting branches, that makes it very attractive as a wildlife, correct? But you see that gray branch that goes to the side?
Yeah, it's
Far
ugly.
right side. You're looking at
Exactly.
the piece on the far right side. You could clip that off.
It's distracting. So
I would have
like
probably cropped it.
by bringing the close up there, you make this photo a lot more interesting. And if you haven't cropped it, this is what we shoot with the C8 and the C9. It's all that ability to crop, correct?
I'm very lazy though.
No. This is, hey, you send me that picture, the net file, and I edit it for you, because that's a fantastic photo. So I'm telling you, these are a compliment. This is a good
you.
wildlife photography that doesn't, I mean, it's good. And the composition and the branches and everything is fantastic. See, we wildlife photographers, we take 1,000 pictures to get one good one. That's a reality, correct? And this is a good one.
I must have
Gustavo,
video
if you
these
want
days.
me to believe that you have to take 1,000 pictures to get one good one, I ain't buying it, buddy. It ain't working.
No. But it's a good species and a fantastic capture, Roy. Congratulations.
I'm lucky that they're around. I'm very spoiled for birds.
That's interesting how you got the feathers at the bottom have the yellow in it too.
Yeah, they do.
You know, that's kind of interesting. You know,
I'd like to catch them in flight,
that's
but I'm
not
not
bird
that good
poop.
yet.
That's not bird poop. It's yellow.
Very sick bird. I'm trying to catch one in flight, but that's more difficult.
Oh yeah.
Now, have you normally seen them like where it's only one, or are they usually? Do you see them in small groups?
It's usually 2 or 3, but a few days ago I had about 12 of them. Because they're endangered, you don't see them. Very strong beaks. You see them eat nuts and things, they just smash them.
The
Very powerful.
parrots, cockatoos, they flock together, correct? So remember, they mate for life, although they do some extramarital affairs, but they establish a couple early on, and you see them always together, correct? So the flock is made out of groups of 2.
And sometimes with a young one with them.
So here's Roy's next shot that he sent in.
I like the expression.
Yeah.
Yeah, I those little pink little flaps of skin or whatever are kind of weird.
Yeah, that's what got me.
You
I don't know
know,
what sort of bird it is, but it's weird.
Yeah.
I think they are
Yeah.
fleshy.
Yeah, it's a fleshy. Yeah, it looks like skin, and it's not part of the feathers. You can
Looks
see
like
it.
the things hanging off the lugs on my Z9.
Yeah, is that where you hook up the camera strap when you carry it around?
The bird's got the same idea. 1 minute.
And then, so yeah, I like that. I don't know what kind of bird it is either. I didn't have a chance to look it up, but I probably don't have a bird guide anyway that would cover this bird because it's in your neck of the woods. I don't have a bird guide with Australian birds in it.
I check it later on, Roy, and then I let you know.
The funny thing about these is the way they walk. They hop on 2 legs. They don't walk like most birds.
I seen Terry. Terry has put the name there. So
Red
wattle.
wattle bird. Red wattle bird. Okay.
Well,
I believe him. I wouldn't have a clue.
He has a wattle and it's red. So
So Roy's next shot is coming up here.
Rosella.
Yes, those are wonderful always.
That's nice.
They come most days. They're very common.
Yeah, it's got to be tough to see that every day.
Okay, Roy.
So
next one, let's go here with Roy again. So because I'm going to convert Roy, he can do all this from his house. So Roy, if you shoot a burst on this one, right? You have that bird, you shoot a burst 20 frames per second. Although I know Jeff doesn't like that, but I do. Right? Once you get your composition like this, you get a fantastic composition. Then you try to catch it when the head. Think about this is like a model, correct? You don't want it to be looking away from you. You want it to be looking towards you. So that's where you take the frame, and one of those will be looking at you. That makes that image a lot better.
Well, either that, or in this case, if say you're shooting this straight on, is go to the right a little bit so that you're getting the face more on the same plane as your sensor, and then in doing that too, you wouldn't have the because you'd be shooting at a different angle now. You wouldn't have that dark area on the far right hand side. Wouldn't even be in the picture.
Good info.
This is the same. That's what I like when Chuck was doing all these, photos about working with models and modeling. I mean, we try to do the same with the bird photography. Jeff will tell you, correct? But the only thing is that they don't follow our direction. So
yeah, when you say, can you strike a pose for me? They just go, they just look at you funny, like, I'm not giving you no pose.
But fantastic, Roy.
Thank you. I should have cropped this one a bit too.
A little, not too much.
Just a little.
Yeah, you can make a vertical crop out of that one. That's the other thing. Sometimes you shoot horizontal, but you know it's going to be vertical. So there
For
is
this
no
show, though, it's all
wrong.
landscape.
Bringing Joey in here quick, guys.
Hi, Joe.
Hello, Joe.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good,
Hey,
how are
Joe.
you?
How are you?
Good, good. Nice to see y'all.
So we're dissecting Roy's pictures here a little bit anyway, but now he's got wonderful subject matter where he is. That's for sure. You know, you
I'm
don't
spoiled.
get a lot of colorful, too many really colorful birds. At least not where I live anyway. I mean, if I go to Florida, you'll get some, but not in South Carolina.
But that's why we keep trying, correct? Even something like you can shoot out of your window, like Roy is shooting here. You keep shooting because you're looking for that pose. You're looking for that composition, correct? That's why the same. That's why we can take so many pictures, right? There is always a better picture the next day. That's for sure. Or that's our motto, correct?
Well, I mean, I tend to shoot short bursts, and but like you're saying is, you know, when you're shooting, let's say you're shooting 20 frames per second or 30 frames per second or whatever, you know, I mean, for the uneducated wildlife photographer, you're going to sit there and say, oh, this is just one of those spray and pray guys. And that's not what it's about. It's not because most wildlife photographers don't know how to take a picture. The reason that you're taking multiple images of your subject matter is because the birds move so fast and their movements are very jerky and quick that you're trying to get it where the head is in a certain position, where the body's in a certain position, where they turn their head you take, let's say you take 20 images, maybe you have 2 images in there where you actually see a catch light in the eye and you're not using a flash. It's all because of how it tilted its head, how the sun struck the eye. So you're doing multiple pictures, not because you can't get a good shot or because your camera doesn't focus good. It's all about trying to give yourself the opportunity to get the subject in the best pose, in the best light. And sometimes it's just a matter of you have to take a lot of pictures in order to, you know, you get home and maybe you took 30 pictures and you kept 2 or you kept 1. But the thing is, you got the one that you wanted, and that's what it's about.
Exactly.
My problem is I've been doing it too long. I still take single shots, 1 frame at a time.
See, you're in the product photography mode. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Yes. I haven't learned how to switch yet.
Yeah, you got to get out of the product photography mode.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm still doing it the old way.
As one does.
So Roy sent in one more image here that is not a bird.
Did I? Oh,
Yes, you did.
a rabbit.
A giant rabbit.
A rabbit
Or
steroid.
is this a giant pigeon of some kind?
Giant rabbit. He visits nearly every night. So I thought I'd take his picture since he was early one night.
So that's a gray, or it's a wallaby or a kangaroo?
I think it's a black kangaroo.
Oh.
It's got a wallaby. It's got a baby in its pouch too.
Oh.
I couldn't get a picture of that though. It was too quick. Yeah,
I like the flowers that you got in the background. Add that pop of color.
I didn't know they were there till after I took the picture.
And the eye contact.
So
Roy, so what I'm going
to pose because it's looking dead at you. It's looking right at you.
So Roy, what I'm going to say? Tell me what I'm going to say about this photo.
I could tell you what you're going to say about the photo.
I should have done this portrait. I should have cropped a bit. I know. But this shows all landscape.
Just get rid of what's on the left-hand side. That's all.
Yeah, I know. But like I said,
So
I'm
Roy,
lazy.
I have to ask, in Australia where you are, do you guys get those big red ones that are like swole, like they've been working out
Yeah,
for like
mostly on the
15
flat.
years?
I'm up in the hills, so this is the sort I get.
Oh,
Nice.
okay.
This is in the garden.
Very cool.
Fantastic capture, Roy. I love
Yeah.
it.
Very good. So, Joey, what are you up to? You had time to sneak in here, which is good.
Yeah, it's gonna be a quick one for me. I can only stay till for about 30 more minutes, but yeah, it's been good. I had a really quick turnaround this week. I had a couple work events, and I flew to Toronto for a couple days and spent a couple days there, and came back and just finalizing a shoot I got planned, not this weekend but next weekend, and it's just been like way too much stuff to put together because the Panasonic loan that I got from Panasonic Canada arrived, and I was trying to come up with a shoot plan, but I was worried the weather wasn't going to be good. So it came up this whole like barbershop thing we're going to be doing at this local barbershop, and camera stores giving us some free lights to use, which will be great, and then fog machine as well, and then the local distillery that I do some of the work for, they gave us some hooch to bring as well, and then we've got this local guitar amp builder who's going to be giving us a tube head to bring. So in one corner of the shop we're going to be having this sort of blues guy perform, and then in the other corner we're going to have a hair model doing the doing the cut, and then we'll cut back and forth, and then we'll have sort of a hero shot at the very end of the three of them sitting around having some Tabor corn bourbon. So should be fun.
You know how I think you should finish that up for your video?
How?
You got to get a picture of you getting the chair, and you got to get your head shaved.
Yeah, I want to still get married. No, although all jokes aside, it will be fun. I'm gonna get in there at the end, and I play a bit too, so I'm gonna jump on with the guy that we have coming, and yeah, it's gonna be cool. I've done micro shoots, but I've never done one where like I've tried to get this many people and this many like smaller brands kind of combined. And it's pretty fun that we're able to do it with $0 being spent. Like the light rentals are comp, the Panasonic gears comp, the whiskey, the guitars, all that. It's all just kind of like trade for content. And I mean, obviously I'm not going to break any records in income from this one, but for a shoot like this, just the value I'm going to get from learning of using a fog machine, special effects, and then more professional studio lights than what I have in my own home. I think it's going to be really fun, and that's going to be kind of the theme of it. Is one video will be the actual shoot, and then the other one I'm going to do just a quick sort of walk through while I'm still there, kind of talking about what we did to create it, and then what were maybe some mistakes that were made, and we'll kind of go about it that way.
Well, I wish you the best of luck with it, and if you we can show video on this channel as well. So if you, when all is said and done, if you want to show part of it, or if it isn't really long, if you want to share it after the fact, you're more than welcome to come on the show, any Saturday after the fact, and show us a portion of the video or the whole thing, depending on how long it is, how much you want to share.
Oh, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I definitely will be publishing it on my channel, and same thing with the BTS, but I will have a whole bunch of photos I probably won't necessarily be sharing. So I'll probably bring those to the next photo review, because there'll be some fun opportunities to shoot with some different gear that I haven't used before, and a couple different lenses that like I said, I'm borrowing from Panasonic right now. So yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun. I'm just really stoked to get everything there and get everything set up, and hopefully everything goes off without a hitch.
Well, wish you the best on that. I'm glad you got the loaner stuff. I hope it works out well, and I anticipate that it will, knowing you. So I think it'll go
Panasonic back here. It's all Panasonic gear.
It's all right. That's all right. It's not what you buy. It's what the best cameras, as they say, is the one in front of you, the one that you have, right? Yeah,
the one you know how to use. And I think that's definitely been sort of a curve for me, is learning the autofocus, right? I mean, it's so different on the Panasonic. And, one mistake I made was I kept touching the edge of the screen with my nose when I was like taking photos, and it would draw the focus box over to that right corner. So then nothing would be in focus except anything in that right corner. So, I think, yeah, it's all being kind of, yeah, like you said, figuring out how to use it, making sure that, I'm getting the results I want, and I'm slowly getting there. I feel like I'm like 80% there. Now it's just figuring out which of the 9,000 video codecs I want to shoot in.
So you're getting a nose job so that you can't reach it anymore?
Exactly. We're going to get the Voldemort special. Just no nose, just
before your wedding, you're going to have it a little clip job done.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, someone was saying I should get a mullet. I mean, if I could skate and play hockey, I would, but I'm like the most un-Canadian Canadian. I can't even skate, so I'm going to keep it status quo.
Well, best of luck, my friend, and we'll look forward to seeing what you come out with.
Thanks, Jeff.
We have some pictures here from another guest panelist, and so be prepared, Randall. Be prepared. You're coming up, buddy. You're coming up, buddy.
Randall.
Randall, you got a lot of splaining to do.
All right. Okay. Now, I did this with the Z6 II, and I tried 3 different lenses. This dog passed away this past year, but he was one of my favorites. Very lovable. He was attacked by a coyote and survived. And he, with terriers, they think they're a bigger dog, and they usually get the wrong end of it. They usually get killed. But he was very friendly, very loving. In this part, I almost tripped over him. And I looked down, took a picture of him, and he was looking up, and he says, "Well, say you're sorry." And you can see Wanda back there. So the reason why I didn't crop this one is because it was right at the moment, and plus I was tripping, and I just happened to take a picture. What you see is Wanda, which is the Chihuahua in the back, going into a doghouse on the back patio. I have a live oak tree, and a whole bunch of nuts fall on the patio, and she's fighting against 2 squirrels, and this is her territory. She loves the nuts, but the squirrels needs nuts too, So if she sees them going into the yard, they'll come and grab some, and then she chases them up, toward the fence and stuff. It's hilarious, back and forth. And so the squirrel's gotten smart enough where now, since Buddy's not there anymore, Wanda's the only dog. The cat doesn't do anything. He likes the squirrels, but she when she goes inside, they come down, they take the nuts off the patio, and then they bury them in the grass. But Wanda knows their procedure. So she'll come out, she doesn't see any nuts on the patio, she'll go sniffing in the grass and get the nuts. And then the squirrels get mad, all right? But it's hilarious.
Randall, what we need you to do is take all that energy in this photo and replicate it on your lawn with a video camera, but then overdub it with like the guy from the planet Earth who's like, "Oh, look, there comes the squirrel to the Serengeti of Randall Brander's yard. And oh, here comes the ferocious terrier. Truly nature's truly most fearful animal, unless you're in Australia, which in case for Roy, everything will eat you."
Everything will kill you.
Good narration there.
Why, yes, indeed, indubitably.
We'll move to Randall's next shot, which is a headshot.
Yeah. So I believe this was the 50 millimeter, and it's the 1.8. I think it was at f8. I don't have.
You got here. This is your. Let me get it here. You had this was with your Z6 II with the 85 millimeter at f1.8. No,
Okay.
85 millimeter 1.8 at 2.8.
Okay.
Shot it at 2.8. Yeah.
Outstanding.
And so this one made me laugh when I saw this one coming up.
Oh yeah, Dusty. Now Dusty was on my best friend's porch, and he wasn't feeding it, and it was a small, tiny cat at that time, and he would have died within a week because he was starving, but he wouldn't go anywhere. So it was going to storm that night. I called my wife, and she said, "Yeah, bring the cat." So the dogs took the cat immediately, and the cat started sleeping with the dogs and stuff. Wherever they went, the cat followed. So he's part dog. But the funny thing is, they had fumigators in the house that's right behind me, and you can see the fence right there. That's toward the ditch. But imagine when the fumigators went to that house because they were selling it, and a whole bunch of mice got on top of the fence. So this cat jumped on the fence and was knocking the mice down, and the two Yorkies were pouncing on the mice. It was something else. It was a teamwork, but very friendly. He doesn't get into any fights or anything. Usually he's kind of like a coward. He'll just run inside. But he's very friendly. If he doesn't know you, he'll leave. But if you have food or something, then he'll show up. So the three things they like is they want food, they want attention, or they want door service. And I have a doggy door, so he can go in and out, but he wants me to open the door so he can go out. And then he comes right back in through the doggy door. But he's spoiled rotten. And he is 12 pounds.
Yeah, it looks very healthy now. And instead of cat on a hot tin roof, you got cat on a charbroil.
That's right.
I'm glad to see that I'm looking at the needle on your temperature gauge, and obviously it's not on.
He loves that. He'll sleep on either the side of it or on the top. And Wanda will go out and she'll just bark at him. Says, "I want to play. I want to play." Yeah.
That's why he's up there.
Well, here's your next image.
Okay, there's Dusty again. Now, I have two neighborhood cats that comes by. One's a black one, and he's kind of bossy, right? So Dusty's scared of him. The other one is kind of like a spotted cat, but it has a collar. And that cat lives about 4 houses down across the street, and he goes everywhere. So that cat has come into my house, jumped on the table, and eaten Dusty's food. And Dusty doesn't mind. But I got a good feeling because that cat is kind of chubby. So he goes to, if he doesn't get any food from me, he'll go to another neighbor and they'll feed him. So
he's raiding everybody's kitchen, basically.
Exactly.
Then we've got.
So I've been doing some yard work. If you notice that green stuff on my shed, that's algae or mold. And I did some videos. So I cleaned my wood fence. Finally got that working and cleaned off all the mold. So now it looks like a brand new fence. All I have to do now is stain it. I'm going to put it cedar stain. So, and that what he's on, that table is a table that used to be all glass. The high wind came by, picked up the umbrella, and the umbrella was closed, right? Picked it up, but it was in an anchor, and the wind was so strong that it pulled the umbrella, and as it went, the anchor hit the glass and broke it in 1,000 pieces. So what I did was I got a water board, and then I put glue, and those are bathroom shower tiles that I put on top of that. So it worked out pretty good. But yeah, Dusty. Now I thought I'd give a kind of like a background where you see just the light there. It's right at sunset, and it was just a different view of like from the back, so you can see the cat and you can see Wanda on the porch. And it's just a different view of, so you saw a shot where I was at the charbroil and the swing set, which you didn't see. Then I showed one where I'm at the patio with the cat on, and now I'm on the other end where I'm looking at the back end of the house. That's why I did that picture like that. But
And then we got one more here that you sent in.
yeah, and there we are. And I was walking in, so Buddy and Wanda was probably barking at Dusty, and Buddy was. Now it was Buddy and his mom, which was also a Yorkie, that raised Dusty, the cat. Wanda is a rescue, and so when the mama died, I got another dog, and then I got Wanda. And the other dog died. She jumped off of bed and broke a bone. And that was unfortunate. But I was going to get a replacement to keep Buddy, having, some more dogs. So when she died, Wanda took over. For months, I was looking at this one dog, and I was interested in him, but PetSmart said, don't get him because he's an escape artist. So the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've noticed her, and every time I went in with all the dogs barking just to look at that one dog, she never barked. And when they talked me out of getting that one dog, I says, well, what about her? She's a wonderful dog. An older lady had to go into an old folks home and couldn't take care of her anymore. So I said, okay, I'll take her. And he says, well, you got a week or so to see if the dog works out. I says, okay. So I bought Buddy and Sugar with me the next morning, and I was going to walk her around PetSmart, and they changed their mind. Said, you can take her home with you. So I thought that was great. So she's been a wonderful pet. She follows me everywhere I go. I went to Whataburger because I finally figured out how to use my power washer. I thought there were control knobs on this control panel. What it was where you put the different heads for the power washer on. And I said, why isn't this control panel working? And then I finally looked at my manual, and on page 6 was Spanish. So I said, okay, that's it. Well, it wasn't working. So I got the manual out, and I looked at page 5, which was English. So when I saw the Spanish, I did think, okay, everything's in Spanish. It said that where you put the different heads, one for the fence, one for the car, one for the soap, and one for the power wash, the power. It's called the power. That's where you place the heads. And then the light bulb goes off. And, okay. That's why the control panel didn't work. So. User.
But now you're a pro with it now.
Yeah. So I finished that.
Well, thanks for sending these in along with the stories. We all love pets on this show, I'm sure. I know I do. Dogs and cats. The next photos are from your temporary visitor in your state, Mr. Gustavo. Yours are coming up next. And for those of you in the chat, believe me, I don't put everybody in the panel in order here. It's just I put them on in the order in which I received them. So this is not an intentional thing, a coincidence here. It is a coincidence that it worked out this way. So this is Gustavo's first image that he sent in.
Yeah. So all these pictures are still from the California trip. On this group of pictures, I show to present some of the wading birds, right? So this was a more of an environmental type of photo, actually trying to illustrate that particular estuary, and the fact that estuary is being surrounded by the sand dunes, and you can see the sand dune at this time of the year has a special type of succulent, which is basic to California, that turns red during this time. But so this is a gray blue heron taken from, with. So I think this is I can't see here, Jeff, but you probably can see. So it's an environmental picture, probably taken with a 600 millimeter and the converter, right? So it's
2 times to convert.
exactly.
Did you use plus? Okay, so you got a plus the 1.4, huh?
Exactly. So it's a 840. So anyway, so this is just to show the environment there. Now the other photos, it's basically, obviously, when you shoot an estuary, you have to take care not only of the light but also of the tides. You need to know what the tides. So you have to check your tide charts. And locally at that time when I was in California, in this estuary here, the low tide coincided with the good light in the afternoon. Okay, so this is a long billed curlew, which one of my favorite wading bird. You can see it has a ridiculously long bill. Correct, and you can see when the tide is out, it exposes all the floor of the estuary. Correct, in this case here covered in green. So I decided here not to present the bird in the middle, but just a little bit off, just to show a little bit of the environment. Okay. So
yeah,
for
you followed the rule of thirds.
exactly.
I hate the rule of thirds.
Well, but sometimes it works. I mean, depending on what you show to show. If you want to show a little bit of the environment, it's better not to be in the middle, your subject. But anyway, so this is one of my favorite wading birds. You can see the long bill. It's curlew. It's unfortunately it's only in the East Coast here, Jeff.
Yep. Then your
Nice picture.
next one is another interesting bird as well coming up.
Yeah. So the next one
here, my drive is, the mice are running around in the drive to get the picture up right now.
Should upgrade to hamsters. They're bigger.
Yeah. Or guinea pigs. That would be really super fast.
A delicacy in Latin America.
So this is a Wimbrel. So I think, Jeff, you skip one, the prior one, but we can go in this order. So this is the Wimbrel, which is another of the wading bird. This actually you can find all over the world. So it nests in the Arctic, but it migrate all the way into Australia and Argentina. Correct. So in this time of the year, they're also wintering in California. Okay? That picture. I like. I actually took it in the road in Monterey. That basically goes around the coastline, and at this point there were local wildlife group that was actually showing through telescope all the different birds that were in the shoreline, correct? So it's nice to see the bird in that granite rock with the background of the sea and the blue sky behind, correct?
And what's kind of coincidental is that the colors in the granite are very close to the colors of the bird.
Well, exactly.
I'll back up. I did jump over one, like you said. I lost track of my where I was here, so I will back up to the one that you were expecting to see.
Exactly. So this is basically, these are some of my nemesis, all these sandpipers and small wading birds. I don't have that many wading birds here in Colorado, so this is the kind of thing that Bob and Jeff take regularly. But I did like here. I didn't do a big crop. I actually tried to show again the environment here. As you can see here with the tide going out, I like the ripples of the tide. So the bird photography is not only about, like John was saying, it's not only for the identification of the bird, but also to show them in the environment. You can see there in the golden light of the afternoon, how that plays with the water and also with the undulations on the mud that is being exposed. Right?
Yeah, I think it's very easy sometimes to get yourself in a situation where you're doing everything too close, and many a times the better choice is to include the environment, because that helps tell the story.
Exactly. And his environment has some interesting features like the good light. Everything works, correct? So some pipers, as you know, they're frantic, correct? So you need a high speed just to get one that is sharp, correct? So that makes it challenging. So here I believe I was at what you probably can see it better. It's probably 1,000 over 1,000 of 1 over 1,250.
Yeah, on this one here, you had 1/1250th of a second. Yeah, I mean they're very, I mean they move fast. I mean, it's like if sometimes when I've done videos and I'll shoot in 4K 120, but then sometimes on purpose I'll show it at the normal speed, because I'm like, and I'll mention on the video, I'll say I didn't slow this one down because sometimes I think it would blow people away how fast some of these birds really move. When you slow it down, people think that's the normal. That's how they normally are. But I'll tell you, you go and you show it, full speed. Some of these birds are really, really darn fast, and they don't sit still for a second. I mean, they just move around constantly. And then you got your last image here that you sent in.
Exactly. And here you can see, and that actually I will show this photo in a future show, and I'll tell you what it is, because again, like Bob, I like sometimes the discussion, correct? So this is a marble godwit, right? It's another large wading bird. And you can see how that was taken late in the afternoon, correct? So you can see again the golden hour, and I do like the fact that I was trying to capture the shadow as well as the bird, correct? And you can see in the mud, probably the resolution doesn't show. You can see all the footprints of all the birds that have gone through the same area, but the challenge here to capture the shadow and the bird was tricky. So you can see here I did not succeed completely, right? And others I managed, but the pose of the bird was not correct. You can see I chopped the top of the head on the shadow, right? So what I did, and we can have that for a discussion. I actually extended the frame in another photo, and then use generated fill to fill that extended frame and complete the extra part of the head. And actually, Photoshop did quite well. Now, would I submit that to a competition? Probably not. But that's the kind of thing that we can do nowadays, correct? It's about the vision of what you have. But anyway, photographing here on the with the light shadows, the shadows on the birds, and the late afternoon. Again, everything is about the light, correct?
Well, everything was actually obviously excellent as always. Tack sharp, good backgrounds, good, very very coincidental coloring of the marble with the bird. That worked out very well with that being a similar color pattern. So yeah, it's and you on this last picture, you just look at the detail. Look at the detail. You want to see detail, not just in the eye, but here. Usually if you got to get the head, you got to get the eye sharp, and then if other things are a little blurry, that usually isn't a big deal. But in this case, look how sharp the legs are. Look at all the lines and detail in the in the feet and in the legs. I mean, I love that, and the light's hitting it just right on the legs too.
I like the shadow.
So as always, great job. Thank you for sending them in.
Photos.
Hey, Jeff, John left and Joe's got to take off.
Joe, you're taking off on us.
Yeah, I
they've been
gotta
texting me
run.
trying to tell you.
Yeah,
Okay.
gotta head out. But guys, great seeing you. Awesome photos, and we'll catch you guys again next week.
Yeah,
There you go.
and we'll keep tabs on what you're doing with your barbershop escapades here that you're going to do.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, guys. Have a great night.
Have a
Take
good
care.
one.
Good night, Joe.
Bye.
Later,
See
Joe.
ya.
So the next shots we got coming up are going to be Anita Stewart first, and then we got David's afterwards. So if Anita's around, David, you can call her over if she's there. I'm going to bring her first image up.
Here.
We're sitting in the car together.
Okay. So let's
So
let me
these-
know if you want me to read your narration, but I'm sure you
Sure.
have it all memorized anyway.
Well, I can talk about them, but I don't remember how my camera settings. I just know I use my Z6 II for all of them, and the 24-70 lens. See, that's turning into being one of my favorite lenses. So all my photos were taken on Prince Edward Island in December and early January. And this one was taken at North Cape, and you can't go any farther on the island or you're in the water. And you'll notice that the water is sort of a reddish brown, and there had been weather that had caused erosion. And so that's basically what you get with the weather, red water. And the erosion on the rocks, that's next time I take pictures of that, it won't look like that. There's quite a bit of erosion.
No one's probably wanting to go in that water when it looks like that, even though it's not technically polluted. It's just the color of the dirt.
Yes, yeah.
It and not only that, it's kind of cold.
Yeah, yeah.
In
Well,
December, January,
don't you
it's
guys
quite
have
cold.
the people that go in on purpose in the cold and go in, with very, very small bathing suits on and go in the cold water?
That's in Russia.
But they don't hang around in the water for long. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the poodle on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here. So we'll go to Anita's next shot here. I really like this a lot.
That's the old mill in Hunter River. If anybody gets to Prince Edward Island, that was a working mill at one time, and it has a wheel for a water wheel that would have powered the sawmill. And unfortunately, there was so much junk in the way, I guess you could say, junk and snow and ice, that I couldn't get in to get a photo of the wheel as well. I did get one in the summertime where I'm from a slightly different angle, and that one is hanging on my wall.
I see the private property, no trespassing sign.
Well, I've had a private tour there. The owner of the place came along and saw me taking pictures, and he says, "Come on in." And he showed me all through his mill and said I could go anywhere I wanted to take photos. So I did.
What was the milling in there? Grain or
It was a mill, so for sawing wood.
okay?
Lumber yard, like for lumber. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I like buildings like that and stories like that. I like the covered bridge. I like as well.
I think it's the only covered bridge on Prince Edward Island. They're pretty rare.
Yeah, most of the covered bridges that I had living in Connecticut, we had quite a few covered bridges, but the majority of them were all closed in on the sides. You know, obviously they're open at both ends, but they weren't open on the sides like this one is.
And Anita, for us that are not so well versed on geography in Canada, Prince Edward Island is BC or?
No, Prince Edward Island is on the
East
Coast.
Okay.
Yeah, East Coast. So much closer to Connecticut. And you know, when you're thinking of the states.
Okay.
We're on the same side as Connecticut.
Northeast of Maine.
Okay.
It is Canada's smallest province and the home of Confederation. For when they started the talks in 1864 for getting the country Canada, or naming it. Before then, it was just territories and so on. So the first meeting was held in Charlottetown in 1864, and then in 1867, there was Confederation, where there were Quebec, Ontario, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick united together to be called Canada.
And Prince Edward Island is in itself is a whole province, correct?
Yes, it is. It's the smallest province in Canada. It's the narrowest part is about 2 miles, and the widest part is, I think it's around 30 miles. And from tip to tip, what, about 120 miles?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's not, they call it the Million Acre Farm. And potato farming is pretty big on the island.
We'll put up your next wonderful shot here. This looks like a shot that I could find in Connecticut as well. I really made me think of Connecticut when I saw this shot.
Wow, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, I had to take it into the sun, but so the sun there is a little bit burnt out, and I couldn't do anything about that without ruining the rest of it. So I sort of left it the way it was.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know the story behind the little weir there with the falls coming down. I just like it. It's a pretty spot.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's usually my camera that says, "Oh, take me out and take a picture." Yeah.
And we got
and Anita, I presume this area there in the East Coast should get pretty fall colors as well, correct?
Oh, absolutely. very much like Maine and Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we get the gorgeous red colors.
And Anita's last image is she says this is a view from her brother's kitchen window. That has to be difficult.
Yeah, that's real hard to take every day. Looking out
Yeah.
at a sunset like that.
Very wide.
Yes. Yeah, there was a fair amount of snow. I shoveled more that trip home than I've shoveled in the last 5 years.
Love the
I'll be
colors.
back in a second.
Yeah, that's pretty typical for that area for what he gets to see every day. I would have liked to have had a few more clouds in the sky, but I was just lucky. It was in all the time I was home, there were only about 2 days where the sun actually shone. And the rest of it was gray and miserable and windy.
Well, thank you so much for sending those in. Now we're gonna put David on the hot seat. So we'll let David explain these next shots. I don't know if they're in the proper order or not, but we will put them up. Take a second for it to pop up. I had to take my long sleeve shirt off. I was starting to get hot. All these studio lights are starting to warm me up.
Okay, this one is straight out of camera using SnapBridge. And I think the focus is a bit soft, but all three of them were taken on Monday evening or Monday night of the aurora. And this is at Yellowknife.
Wow.
So it hasn't been processed at all. Just straight out of camera.
What's the red in the foreground? What's that red in the foreground?
Oh, that's the tail lights from the vehicle.
Huh?
It's not yellow snow anyway.
Red snow.
Red snow. Yeah.
That could be more complicated.
Well, David, you really should have kind of like lied a little and said, well, that's where the UFO was getting ready to land.
Yeah, that's the landing strip there,
Yeah.
On the X. You see, the X marks the spot.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So here's his next one. Yeah, I just love that color, man. It's it's so cool. This one's really neat.
Wow.
And for all these people that say that you can't have the moon in the picture because it ruins the shot of the aurora, that white spot in the middle where it's all burnt out, that's the full moon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You just need a strong aurora.
Well, it wasn't that strong that night. It was only a KP of 3, I think. But up here it's you can see it fairly often. Like right now, the KP is 0.67 or something like that, and I'm getting shots now. They're nothing like this, but I'm getting stuff,
So David, obviously here, this is a rising moon or a.
Yeah, it's a rising moon.
So you're shooting east in this direction.
It's shooting east.
So the aurora, I have never seen it myself, so that's why I had to visit you at one point to do some shooting with you. So the aurora, those kind of curtains, do they run in any direction, or they shoot in a particular direction, east, west? Or?
Normally, and this is a normally because it doesn't follow the rules, is you see it first in the northeast and it goes towards the northwest.
Okay.
Usually. But I have seen it go from the north to the east,
Okay.
which is backwards.
Okay.
You know, but it all depends on the plasma that's being ejected from the sun, and how it hits the earth, and how it hits the magnetic field, and whether it's positively or negatively charged, and
Okay.
there's quite a few things, and you can see, because this is not even, how it's a like you can see it very light on the right
Exactly.
there, and you know, it's just like spraying a water hose. You know, you get a whole bunch of water in one place and none in others. You know.
Exactly.
So that's how you did it.
Yeah. It wasn't easy, you know.
See, I think what David's doing is he's paying some guy out of view there to shoot off a whole bunch of green smoke canisters.
Yeah. Well, not only that, is I play with the color temperature, because this is probably shot at 3850. You know, to make it a bit bluer.
Here's the last shot David sent in.
Oh,
Wow.
And this is in the same direction. And you can see the Big Dipper in the picture there, just off to the center left.
Oh, yeah.
beautiful.
So what effect are you anticipating, or what are you seeing tonight versus what we're looking at now?
I'm seeing more like the first shot tonight.
Okay.
There's it's just a band that it started at about the same place as the first shot, and it's going up. I haven't aimed the cameras to the west at all, but the first night I was using my 15, and I was using my 8-15, except I couldn't get the focus right, because for some reason I couldn't find the right stars to do the focus, and on all of my pictures the focus is a bit soft, and it's which I'm not too happy about, but that's what happens, you know. So that tonight I'm looking at that more often, and it's something that you got to check every half hour, and like this is all got to be done completely manual, you know. And right now the temperature is a balmy -26, and the Z cameras, they're not bothered by this cold. Actually, you got your 8 out, don't you?
Mhm.
Okay, so we're both using 8s tonight, and they seem to work much better than the D series, because of fewer moving parts. You know, so
Built-in heating.
say again, Roy.
Built-in heating.
Built-in heating.
Built-in heating.
Heating, yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, yeah. If I was shooting video, I wouldn't have a problem at all. You know, it would keep the batteries warm.
Yeah.
But Gustavo, we're using the hand warmers that you recommended,
Okay.
and we haven't had to use them very often. But tonight, I'm using a Ford hand warmer.
Okay.
That works really well, and that's why my coat's wide open.
Okay. Well, that's very good. That's very good. I see
Oh,
you changing your clothing every time that you have to go out or in and out.
Oh, I gotta undress and dress, you know,
Exactly.
every time, you know, because right now with the wind chill, it's I can only take my gloves off for about 5 or 10 seconds,
Oh my, yeah.
and they gotta be put back on. It's these gloves that I'm wearing. You can see it, kind of see it here. but they have a shell in them.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that it's a glove inside of a glove. And what I'll do is I'll take the outside glove off, so I can feel things better, and then I'll just use the inside glove, and then I put the outside glove back on as soon as possible. You know, and it's like my hat. It's I've got a muskrat hat that's seen better days, and it's and I got to have that on, and I got to do up my coat and everything else. But it's
But certainly, David, the including the moon in all these last two shots add to the photo for sure.
yeah, and what I find with these so-called rules, you shouldn't call them rules. That's a misnomer. It should be just a guideline. You know, and some of them are not even good guidelines. You know, because like with this shot here, it is all that ice that's lit by the moon.
Exactly.
You know? And so it's really a scenery shot with the aurora. And it's all backlit.
Beautiful.
Well, thanks, David, for sending these in. Basically, you know, right after you're taking them, you know, to get them in here for the show tonight. So we appreciate that. I hope you get some.
The what? Yeah. And for these, I shot them all at ISO 10,000. There's I had them down to, some of them were less than a second, and they're either f 1.8 or 1.4, and it's actually some of them were 2, because my 15 millimeter lens I have is f2, but like I was using a 15, a 20, a 24, and a 28. You know, for these, because I had 3 cameras going for a while, but only one each tonight because the aurora's not good. So, but that's what happens. We're here for a week, and we got storm stayed, so we got an extra night out of it. And this is our second night of aurora. The weather's not normal, so anyway, I'll let you get back on to the next one, and thanks very much for letting me show you my pictures.
No, thanks. Thank you both for sharing tonight. We appreciate it, as always.
Beautiful.
Now, our next images are from Ava. Okay, Ava Campbell, who seems like every week seems to surprise me more and more with what she's doing. I remember last time we had the show, she had a lot of great street photography shots. Remember, she had shots that she took, you know, where it was raining or had just rained. You know, she had some beautiful street photography shots, and so she surprised me with this first one. I didn't expect to see this from her, but caught me by surprise. So she says this one is from way back, taken with a Canon T3i kit lens, 18 to 55 millimeter lens at 41 millimeters, 1/80th of a second, f7.1. She didn't know what the ISO was. Yeah, lots of times the EXIF data does not show ISO. Most of the time it doesn't show ISO for whatever reason. Pretty sure it's black and white JPEG straight out of camera, as she didn't even own Lightroom or know what it was back in 2013 when she took this shot. She says we were motorcycling our way up the Natchez Trace, which, okay, I'm not familiar with that, so I don't know where that is. If she's in the chat, maybe she could tell us where that's located. She says stopped to look at some sights and caught her friend taking a moment to rest. Everybody else is gone, just the one gentleman there relaxing.
But that makes the shot, correct? The guy lying back. Louisiana.
Louisiana. Okay.
Good way to see the country.
Well,
Oh, he was saying that she got it in Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Okay, that was always the fun word we had to learn to spell when we were little, right? Mississippi.
Better you than me.
Say that 10 times fast.
So it's like from Nashville, Tennessee to Natchez, Mississippi.
Okay.
All right. Linking the Cumberland, Tennessee, and Mississippi rivers. All right.
So her next image that she sent in was, let's see if that popped up quick, which is good. This is in Leamington Harbor in the UK. She says, in the pouring rain with the OM1, 12 to 100 millimeters at 24 millimeter, 1/30th of a second, ISO 1600. She says, I did not spend long composing this, had lunch at a pub on the harbor, realized I had no photos of the harbor, so held my camera over the harbor wall, snapped a pic and prayed it would be in focus, then started running back to the car. She says also that camera is bomb proof. After this, it was a mile back to the car in torrential rain. Camera was just on a sling, no bag, no issues with being soaked wet at all. The OM1.
Yeah.
Yep, I had one of those when I was younger. I got it behind me on one of my cameras on the shelf behind me. Yeah, everybody now it's funny, you know, a lot of people obviously have bought Sony mirrorless cameras in many respects due to the small size. Okay, they wanted a smaller camera. They got a smaller camera. They enjoy it very much, and that was the same thing with the OM1. I mean, the OM1 broke the cycle of the larger 35 millimeter cameras, and when the OM1 came out, that sold like hotcakes in many respects because of its size. It was the same idea. So I'll bring up her next shot.
Ah.
Wow.
So this is
Yes.
so this and she admits that she did this. Ava, I give you credit. But this goes to show you what the best camera is, whatever you have on you, because this was actually taken with her iPhone 14. So she got out of the car without her camera to cross a road to scout a view, turned around and walked back, and she says, bam, beautiful light. You know, that area that's all lit up there, on the green is really bright in the photo on the road there. She's all she had was the iPhone in her hand. She's still kind of mad about it. And then she says, you know, and I mean, it's just how that works out. You know, it's like the handful of people that I've gotten to know that frequent the same areas that I shoot at, you know, over the years now. It's funny, you know, I think we intentionally pick on each other, you know, like somebody says, oh, I got to take off, I got to go home, I got to do something, or I got to go do grocery shopping or whatever. And then of course, the next time you see them, you get oh my goodness, 5 minutes after you left, we saw the two-headed giraffe and you weren't here. And we all do that to each other. And on her last image she sent in, she says, lastly, a bit of fun. She says this is she thought she'd share her view on Saturday nights watching the live stream. You can see Roy there. Looks like in the upper right-hand corner. Her name is Carly, and she's not a fan of being ignored. Yes.
Hello, Dougie.
So we say hi to Carly, and I think when I wrote back to her, Patches says hi to Carly. Although Patches is, you know, well, she just crawled out from under the desk, so now she's right next to me. You heard me call your name, Patches? No, you want to say hi? You let me pick you up? Probably not going to happen. You want me to pick you up so you can say hi? Yes, no? Come here. Come here. Pick you up. She's running away from me.
Yeah.
Come here. I ain't going to kill you, doggy.
Want to play?
You can say hi. You can say hi quick. Oh, come here.
The pets are evolving.
Yeah. It's growing. Getting bigger.
It's like picking up a giant sausage. You know, she was like squirming around, and you know, I had her legs, and she worked her way out of my grip. Can't you say hi to everybody? You're my photography dog,
Sidekick.
right? As I said, make sure Daddy doesn't get too crazy.
Too late for some of us.
Yeah, I've been getting bad lately. Of course, she wants to play Bowie now, but now is not the time. So Ava, we thank you for sending in your images as always, and Carly, you know, hopefully you're laying next to Mama watching the show right now and enjoying it and enjoying seeing yourself on the computer.
and having Roy in the corner obviously got a problem there, correct?
Yeah.
Roy's always a problem.
Exactly.
Remember that movie? That nobody puts baby in the corner. I'm saying nobody puts Roy in the corner.
Someone did.
So our next participant here tonight is Terry Contopoulos. Hopefully I pronounced your name properly. If not, you can send me a nasty email and tell me I screwed up your last name. Would not be the first time I screwed up people's names.
We all do that.
So he sent in some wonderful images, as has everyone up to this point. And so we will share his first images. Now this is what they call high key photography. Okay, so for those of you who don't know what high key photography is, you basically intentionally blow out the background. You make it extremely, extremely bright.
Right.
So it's not an accidental, oops, I didn't set my camera properly. You've done it intentionally for the effect that you see here. And if you look at images that photographers have where they've done books on Africa or whatever, you're sure to find at least one or two high key photos in their repertoire, as they say. So it's not a oops, it's a deliberate act, and it gives you a unique look. And I love the detail on the tongue and you know, extremely fine detail in this photograph.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, I had to get my magnifying glass to look at that. I said, oh, that's a tongue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, I was wondering, if you put us on the bottom, would it make the pictures bigger? Are you showing?
I tried to make it bigger doing full screen, but yeah, I could put you on the bottom. It'll probably make it, well, I don't know if not because too
No,
many
you
of
have
them.
too many people.
Maybe this way. Is that better?
Same.
Yeah, it looks bigger that way.
Is it bigger that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all right.
I see in color too.
Yeah.
But Terry, it's a great capture, obviously, with the one lip going one direction, the tongue going into the nose, and the bottom lip going another direction. And the details on look at it here on the TV, a little bit bigger. The details on the eyes, fantastic. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you did it perfect because you got the you know, the neck is kind of like 1/3 over from the right hand side of the frame, and then, you know, the head kind of ends up in the middle, and that's perfect. See, here's an instance where having the head of the subject in the middle of the frame is exactly what you'd want to do. So very good shot, excellent shot. Now here's his second photo that he sent in.
Oh, I've seen
All
that.
right.
Now Terry is obviously one of these crazy people that does stuff that I do not have the patience to even attempt. This was, you know, he called this lighthouse in the Milky Way, Cape Schnack, SCHANCK. This was with the D850 with the 14 to 24 millimeter. So the Milky Way part of this shot, okay, this is a composition shot. So the Milky Way portion of the shot was 480 frames at 30 seconds, f2.8 ISO 800.
That's like a whole night.
480 frames.
So Terry, you are down under as well, correct?
Yeah, he is. He's down. He says about 4.5 hours of exposures on a cold night. Doggone. Hart is cutting off the words here at the end of your sentence, Terry. So I'm probably missing a word here, but 4.5 hours of exposure.
So this is a question for Terry. Down under, did he photograph the North Star, or did he photograph the South Cross? I think it's called, correct?
Yeah. Now the lighthouse part of this image, he says at the base you could see the aurora. And he said the lighthouse portion of this he shot at f16 for 30 seconds, ISO 100. So one's 480 frames at 30 seconds, and one is a single frame at 30 seconds. Stopped way down, f16 versus f2.8.
A lot of work.
That's a lot of work, man. Excellent. Excellent.
Someone's very patient.
Okay.
You have somebody look at this image long enough, you could probably like put them in a trance. It's like a hypnosis type of thing. Terry shows this to people when he tries to sell a photo. He shows this one and he just says, "You will give me your wallet. You will give me your wallet." And Terry just has bags of cash, as they say, using this photo.
Beautiful.
That's really nice.
Yeah, this is a great shot. You can tell that he spent a lot of time putting this together, and that little bit of green along the bottom, you know, that could very easily be aurora. You know,
That's what he said.
Yeah, and like you can see it much easier with the time that the exposure that he used for these shots. You know, so
now Terry, I tip my hat off to you, because I would never have the patience. And if you were doing this in cold weather, hopefully you're like David, you somehow try to make sure you have something to run into that has some heat, so you're not standing there for 4.5 hours. But
yeah, I've only taken 260 shots so far tonight.
Only.
Well, on a really good night, I break 1,000.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So
and
people
like
don't realize the time that goes into producing it, taking it, and putting it together.
I don't put them together like this. It's I just use the single shots just like I had in my on the display tonight. Yeah, but it's to go through them to figure out which ones that you want, you know. Mm-hmm. And with this, there's probably a bunch that he culled out too for one reason or another, because you always got a stray light that you don't want, or sometimes a stray light that you do want. Just like the red snow I have in some of my pictures, you know.
And
Well, Terry-
Terry saying that this is the aurora.
Yeah, it is the aurora, like you said at the bottom, the green.
And the
but
red.
I'd like to know, Terry, on a shot like this, how much post-processing time, how much time are you on the computer to put this whole thing together? I mean, I'm not going to ask you to spill the beans of any secrets that you may have, but just so people can appreciate even more what this image is. If you recall, I mean, something like this, I mean, this must take forever to do. Let us know. I'll skip to your next shot.
Yeah.
So this is his next shot. This one he called Lonely at Ormiston Gorge, D850, 70 to 200 f2.8, 1/60th of a second at f8 ISO 64. That's a wonderful shot. That you find something like that
Oh wow!
breaks up the image there. That's wonderful. I'm really surprised that there's any leaves on that thing that are green, because it looks like all the roots are on the outside of the rocks.
Yeah, that works very well for sure, Terry.
He said it takes about 2 hours up to your PC. Obviously, the better the computer, the faster you could do it. But
2 hours on a faster PC.
yeah. Now his last shot is wonderful. All the shots are wonderful, Terry. So this last one is a nature shot.
Mm-hmm.
So he he titled this, "She Sees More Than We Think" is the title. And this was at the Melbourne Zoo. So here's an example. There's nothing wrong with taking zoo photos at all. I mean, for many of us, we would not see animals like this if we didn't go to a zoo. I mean, we just don't have that opportunity to travel to those locations to get them in the natural, in the wild. So, and hey, who wouldn't love to have this picture in their portfolio, irregardless whether it's a zoo or not? Doesn't matter.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the eyes are just eyes blow you away. Looks like it's wearing contact lenses. Flintlock says he's taking shots at the zoo that could be published by National Geographic. Yeah,
Get him in for the next show.
You got to go where you can get the shots. We all don't have the money to spend $12,000 on a trip and go fly to some of these remote locations. And
it's a good photo is a good photo. Doesn't matter.
Photo's a good photo, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
But
it's good to disclose. That's the issue. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay? Because obviously it is important, but I like the framing, this very tight framing here, Terry. It doesn't have to show the entire face, correct? And you focus. The eyes tell the story, like with us human, correct?
Yeah, well, along with what you just said, Gustavo, is you don't have to show the whole body of the animal, and that was Steve Perry just recently put out a video, basically all about that topic. How you do not need to take the whole animal and show the whole animal in the image to get a great image. You just do a headshot or a partial headshot or a third of the body or whatever, and he had examples.
Well,
and that's so true. That's so true.
And you can see, I mean, when you analyze the photo, correct? I mean, what makes the photo engaging, the fact that he's slightly turning the head to one direction, but the eyes going the other direction. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what makes a good photo, correct? And then you have all the framing of the beard around about the face. I mean, it's great photo, Terry.
Yeah, and he didn't bribe the animal with a banana or anything, because we would see the banana in his eyeballs if he did.
That we don't know, but
Now the next images are from someone on our panel as well, who's been gracious enough to hang in there with us. Is Mr. Maddox, is Wayne. So Wayne, your pictures are coming up in a second.
Okay.
And so we will bring up your first image here. And for those, why don't you talk about the lenses that you recently acquired, and because you use those for, I think, most if not all these images, correct?
Yes, I did. So I recently got into some Zeiss lens, and this one was a 25mm patches. I go down to the KLC Surya Mall from time to time. There's a water fountain out there, sometimes for the evening show. And every so often, the water is like really nice and calm, and you get a pretty good reflection. So while everybody else is trying to shoot each other, I'm down low trying to get a shot. So I know I could have done better if I had the 17 to 28 with me, but I like the color that I was getting from the Zeiss lens. It's the contrast, and that just looks really nice. And you can see like the building, the glass, and so on. It's not zoomed, so you can't really see that, but I think you get a good impression from here of what this lens can do.
Yeah, I mean it's tack sharp. I mean throughout the whole image, from the reflection, right up to the now. What is the? I was trying to figure out what are those like struts or whatever, like in the middle, between the two buildings.
There's a bridge. There's a bridge that goes between the two where, as a tourist, you can go up there and see the city.
Oh,
I'll do another one which like really wide so you guys can see from like top to bottom. I've always been trying to get like the top of the towers with also the reflection in the water. But yeah, there's a bridge in between. Now you can walk between the buildings.
Oh my God. You couldn't pay me $1 million to walk across that bridge. It never happened. Never happened.
It's not like a small bridge. It's very well enclosed. So, you wouldn't feel funny being up there at all.
I'd be the only person kind of like crawling on the ground.
It's not that bad. I'll tell you, my wife was doing that when we went out to Shanghai and they had a glass area. She wouldn't step on it. She would crawl to get out there. She'd scared. But this one, she was fine.
But Wayne, so again, for the discussion here, correct? The use of symmetry here, because obviously you have the obvious symmetry of the reflection, but you also frame it that you have the symmetry around the center of the image, because both sides, two towers, middle of the building, split by that. So it's double symmetry here.
Yeah, I was trying to get into position, but there are other people kind of taking shots there, so that's why it's not exactly center of where it is. So I did the best I could with what I had at the time. I plan to go out there and try to get one that's like, really good. Now that I have this lens, I'm like shopping for other Zeiss lenses, probably if I can find that 15mm version, I can pick up and I can try to get some of this stuff as well.
I think it's a wonderful shot. Wonderful shot. Very nicely done. So we'll move on to your next submission that you sent in.
Bird shots.
Let me get all
right, so this is my bird shot. I was out there in the wild trying to get that shot, and there's this one bird that was there. I picked up my lens and focused on the eyes and capture it. This is the Otis 55 1.4, shot at 1.4. So what I like about this one is how our eyes are pretty much sharp. It's at 1.4, but it basically drops out the background. There are other people sitting inside the restaurants, but you can just make out shapes. It just drops everything out. It's not as fantastic as the 135 planner, but I think it does a pretty good job. And I mean, for being wide open, and you can see
is the right eye is tack sharp and the left eye is starting to get slightly softer. Yeah,
and you can see the fall off there. You know, when I looked at the photo, you can see like the little hairs on her face. I was like, wow. I guess I'm getting old because I didn't really realize. I think all people have, women usually have like a slight amount there, and that's like this thing picks it up.
And I presume that's your wife.
It is.
Okay.
Is she? Well, hopefully, you know, I'm glad you said it was your wife and not your girlfriend, because if she's in the room next door, that wouldn't go over too well.
Whatever I call her, wife, girlfriend, she's okay with that as long as she's doing
it. Here's your next shot.
So this one is the 25 bodies, if I remember. There is this little alley in Chinatown. I think what's the thing, that board game, like not dominoes, I can't remember the name of it, but they usually have little competitions there, but they had these, I don't know what to call them. That you can see behind it, like a blue one, these little, they run like white painted glass, some of them in color, some of them are not in color. I'm shooting through one of the glass or plastic thing right now to capture her on that. So if you see the ones behind her that's hanging there, that's kind of similar thing, like plastic rectangular squares with writing on them. Some of them I have cutouts of flowers, cutouts of Chinese language. So there was one that was hanging a bit lower, and as people were walking by, I was like, I kind of like this shot. So I decided to have her stand in front of it and shoot through it. And this is the crop of the look that I've decided to go with.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were like shooting through a window that had something on it or what, but you know how you like you just said, you just made it so that you picked her up in that open gap there. That's cool.
Yes. I'm trying to see if I can show. There's a video there. That's what's happening. You probably can't see the glass very well, but.
Oh, okay.
The Wayne sent in one more, I believe. Let me find it. Okay, here we go.
And this was also with the 55. We're shooting through the restaurant and trying to get the thing across the street. The colors didn't come out very right, so I did a little bit of edit on it to bring up the interior of the restaurant because I could see there were some details inside there. So while the focus point was outside, you know, a little bit of color
across the street. Yeah.
So the you expose for the outside or the inside?
For the outside. And this is also 1.4. That's why everything like kind of in between is not in focus.
Yeah. No, because what this does, because of the way you did it, obviously your eyes is drawn to what's brighter in the image, and at the same time, it's also happens to be what is the sharpest in the image. So it's the brightest and the sharpest part of the image that your eye is going through, and then you're just like following it right through the, you know, underneath this building that you're in or shooting through here.
Yeah.
Kind of neat.
Thank you.
So is this in Malaysia?
Yeah, that's in downtown KL in Chinatown.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you chose to send in images with your new Zeiss glass, because it definitely does a wonderful job with the bokeh.
It does. It does. I wanted to send some other one, but you limited me to 4, so I figured I just, you know, mix it up as far as what I was taking.
Yeah, I mean, as you experiment more with these, you know, I mean, send more. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you know, if you wanted to, I'm always looking for someone to share. As just part of like the regular non-photo photo of the
Sure.
month images is put a little story together about these lenses, and then if you want and put together, you know, a slideshow of a bunch of images to show, you know, your results with these two fine pieces of glass, and you know, we'll make a segment out of it and put it in one of the upcoming shows if you want to take the time to do that. I mean, obviously you'd probably rather just do it and have it on your channel, but if you want to put something, you know, 5 or 10 minutes or something, and just throw a bunch of stuff together and talk about it for the people in the community, feel free to do so, and you're welcome to share it anytime you want.
Sure. Yeah, that's been kind of
I mean,
laxed on.
you don't have enough
Monsters.
time in the hour, not enough hours in the day. I realize that. I have that problem, especially this week. I didn't even get the notice out for the show until Friday. I'm never that late. I'm usually every Wednesday I put out the notice, but I didn't even get to it until Friday. Surprised nobody called me out on that, actually. Appreciate the fact that nobody beat me up over that.
Not a problem.
So we'll move on here. Wayne, that's everything Wayne sent in. So we appreciate you doing that, as always. The next images we got 4 images from Michael Drees, and we'll start off with his first image. As I have my dog whining for the ball, I got to throw the ball and do the show at the same time. What a joy that is. So this is obviously a bald eagle that he took landing on this post with the Nikon Z8 with 400 millimeter f4.5. So that's a lens we don't have people sharing a lot of images from. So that's good. The 400 4.5 at wide open at 4.5, 1/800th of a second. He says
Love that lens.
he says lake. I'm a little confused by the wording here. He says lake walk in water. So I'm assuming he walked in the water to get this. Indian Lakes Estates in Florida.
Okay.
So he must have partially went in the water, you know, to get this shot, is my interpretation, but I could be incorrect. But that's cool. I mean, everybody loves eagles. Everybody loves eagles. And then the next shot he sent in. Now this is also with the Z8, and this is a white-winged dove. So he said this is a Z8 with the 600 millimeter f6.3 VRS at f6.3, 1/3200th of a second, ISO 1000. So this is at the Joe Overstreet boat landing in Kenansville, Florida. So he shot this. So this is obviously was a JPEG image because he shot it in pre-capture mode. He says, which is definitely worth experimenting for bird in flight from a perch. So yeah, that's sometimes you can't, as good as you may think you are, anticipating when the bird is going to do what it's going to do. You know, you do that pre-capture. If you want to make sure you nail it, you do the pre-capture, and there's 99% probability that you're going to be able to get this shot. Gustavo, you've fooled around with the pre-capture quite a bit.
Yeah, indeed. But I waiting for that coming roll for the C8 and the Z9.
Right, pre-capture and raw. Yeah, I'm waiting for that too because I personally don't typically shoot JPEGs either. So, now his next shot. Give me a second.
Ooh.
So he shot this image from the deck of the cabin they were in during a recent cruise to the Bahamas. So he says he noticed the rainbow forming in the clouds And after numerous attempts, he managed to capture a seabird at the top of the rainbow.
Wow.
He's only carrying his travel camera, so he had to be creative in his composition. Worked out.
I like it.
Yeah.
You know, just from time to time, you see like the clouds when it's raining, it's just dropping right in that little section right there, and the rainbow's forming off to the side, and the bird flying into it just makes it awesome.
Yep. Yep. Wonderful job. Not bad for whatever he is calling his travel camera. So,
Yeah.
in this case, well, he does specify his camera. I should apologize for that. He took this with a Fuji X-T5 with a 27 millimeter f2.8 WR lens at f8 1/420th of a second, ISO 125. So there you go.
I love rainbow shots.
I think that's one of the first Fuji shots we've shared on this in the photo review, because we don't normally have people sharing shots from the Fuji. So there you go for all you Fuji fans out there, and I like Fuji cameras as well. There you go. You got a beautiful shot with a Fuji. Just goes to show you.
You can shoot with anything.
You can shoot with anything, guys.
Yeah. So I can see another bird on top of the rainbow, which is farther back, and then two other birds that's in the lower part of the where it's raining. Wow, that's amazing.
Really?
Yeah, you can with the magnifying glass.
I just zoomed in, I'm like, I didn't see anything.
Yeah. Randall has he had a bionic eye replacement, so he sounds like Steve Austin from a $6 Million Man. You hear the boop, 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 boop. Michael's last shot here is let me find my mouse, my mouse arrow here. So this one here is of the Sandhill crane. He was able to get a close-up shot of it. I think I shared one the last show or in one of the shows from far away. So he got this in his backyard. This stinks, Michael. This stinks. He got it in his backyard in Nowcrest, Florida. Shot it during a rainstorm from his back porch with the Z8 with the 404.5 at 4.5 1/125th of a second, ISO 200. Yeah, it's nice when you can get shots like this from your backyard. I'm just saying that out of jealousy. You know,
See, I saw like the water droplets. I thought maybe the bird came up with his head and they just kind of caught at the same time. But I realized it's rain, and those are probably just drops off of the back of the head when it's
hitting
off
them
there.
off the back of the head. Yeah,
Wow, that's
cool.
a great capture.
Yeah,
That's a great lens.
He says, shot it during a rainstorm from his back porch. He experimented with different shutter speeds to create a streaking effect from the rain, and was really lucky to capture this image with a drop hitting the bird on the head. The trick was to shoot in bursts with a lower shutter speed to capture a few tack sharp images. Nice grouping of shots, Michael, that you sent in for the show. We appreciate it. Very good. Now let me move some things around here. The next, we got 3 images that just stop whining. I can't throw the ball every 5 seconds. Jeez, give me a break. You're going to get delegated to the downstairs pretty soon. So the next 3 shots are from Scubarazzi. I don't know if he's still, he's still here. So Scubarazzi, your shots are coming up here. So he's always kind enough to think of Gustavo and I want an underwater shot. So he says, in this one, he says, once again, an underwater shot. It's an old one, an oldie but a goodie, I guess is how I would word it. It's related to a topic that myself and Gustavo talked about 2 weeks ago. We mentioned beautiful corals that can be found in the deeper areas where divers can go. So this is a long-nosed hawkfish found in the Red Sea, the Indian and the Pacific Ocean, mostly found in depths of 30 to 40 meters, approximately 100 feet for those of us who use the normal measurement scale. They mostly live they mostly live on drop-offs in gorgonians or black corals where they're very well hidden. They can get up to 10 to 12 centimeters in size and feed on very little fish and plankton. They're not easy to photograph due to several reasons. One is that it's not easy to find them. They're very nervous and move a lot, and they hide in the coral so that they have always something in front of them. And he took this image a few years ago in Bali. That's cool.
Indeed.
Yeah, it blends in with the color of the corals. I mean, yeah, that's like, that's one of those deals like, oh, find a needle in the haystack, and you found the needle in the haystack. He took this with his, he took this with his Canon PowerShot S120 in an Icolite housing. He used his two times Inon S2000 strobes, 1/1000th of a second, f5, ISO 200.
Yeah, because that deep underwater, you don't have much light, so that's really good.
And at f5, I mean, that he's got really good sharpness. Eye back to the tail. I mean, it's darn sharp. At f5. Wonderful shot. He said, and then he comments. He says, "If I will not forget, I'll send a picture of a Gorgonia for the March photo review."
Wow.
And now his next shot, he's like Terry was with that 480 images or whatever that he shot here. So Scuba Razzi on this next shot, we'll put it up here. This is, he titles this Rainbow Globe. So he says, while it was cold a few days ago, he played around with soap bubbles and with smoke. So the goal was to take photos and videos of freezing bubbles. He says, but it was not cold enough, and the few images he took from freezing bubbles are not that good. So he selected this image. In the evening, while sunset, he took this shot, created a soap bubble with smoke inside. Then he waited a while till the smoke in the bubble dropped a little bit. And that's why the top is transparent and the bottom is not. And the rainbow effect he achieved with a little bit of oil in the soap mix. And he had to take at f25 because of the depth of field, as he originally wanted to get the ice crystals, and that, the ice crystals did not happen. But it was shot on a tripod with manual focus with the Z8, the Sigma 105 F mount, 1/400th of a second, f25 at ISO 800.
Wow.
Talk about these folks with more patience than a hospital. His next shot is called the smoke shot. So we'll put that up.
Ooh.
So on the same day when he took that soap bubble shot, he took this one. Originally, this was also a smoke soap bubble, but he waited for it to explode and release the smoke. This is the moment he got himself a little smoke machine. He said, that's why I currently play around with it a lot. Sorry for the picture being portrait and not landscape. No, this lends itself to portrait just fine. There's no need for any apologies. This This picture was shot on a tripod in manual focus. Once again, basically the same settings as the last shot. Z8, Sigma 105, f mount, 1/400th of a second, f/25, ISO 800. I'm going to see if I could share these. I'm going to try this. This is going to be something different. I'm going to see. Bear with me for a minute. He sent me a couple video shorts that showed how he did these last couple shots.
That would be good.
So I'm going to try to
Andy.
I'm going to try to bring it up and do a share. I just got so much stuff on my screen. I got to be able to get to the. Let's see if I could.
But Cuaras is always good at doing all this experimentation, correct? Which is an aspect of photography that many of us don't do as much, but for sure he does that.
Yeah, Gustavo, we all got to share or experiment more.
Exactly.
You know, like,
you gotta. Boy, this is
like
gonna be a pain.
I treat an awful lot of my photography as an experiment. If I get something good, that's great, and if I don't, well.
So, David, now we are brothers.
You'll have to tell me if this is showing or not.
Yes,
it's showing.
It
is.
There we go.
Yeah.
You got the shot the right time.
So that's
it was a person. You got that one.
So that's one video. He sent me another one. So let me try the other one. Commercials. Let me. Okay, now I don't know how to get rid of this one.
You probably have to let it run.
Yeah, and then just skip it.
You have 2 more seconds before you can skip it.
No, I'm trying to just get this. I got so much stuff on the screen here. I'm trying to. Let me call up this next one and share it. Open the link.
Ah.
Oh, wow. I like that.
Okay, okay, stop. I gotta go open up our.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you can see it there? Okay.
Yeah, you can see it.
I got so many windows open, I can't see nothing. Okay, here we go.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
That's cool.
That's cool. Kurazi, is that the sunset behind?
That looks like.
Yeah, sunset behind.
Yeah.
Hey, these shorts are cool, Scubarazzi. They're neat.
I like the sci-fi sound as well. Good orchestration there.
Yeah, so let me.
Sunset on a poster.
Alrighty, so now I gotta go.
That's okay.
And so let me go back to images.
Oh, shit.
Question.
Thank you.
So this was his last image. And let's see if it shows up
So
there.
grab your channels, Razi.
So that was everything that he sent in. So no, we got one more. We got one more image he sent in. Sorry about that. What happened is I got it out of order here, but I'm reading my my list here, and he did send in one more image. So here it goes. Give it a second to for the mice to run around here.
Oh. Oh, that's cool.
So this is so he calls this very, very hot chili. So he took this at his house. He prepared this setup with the 4 brave firefighters that try to extinguish fire. Little Lego men, I guess, or something to that effect. He says he did the chili on fire and added a little smoke effect. On this picture, he likes the lighting and the framing of the fire around the firefighter with the mask. He says, unfortunately, the one on the far right has a fire hose in front of his face. It was shot on a tripod with manual focus with the Z8. The Sigma 70 to 200 F mount, 1/30th of a second, F13, ISO 400, and he was at 102 millimeters.
Nice.
So
Come on, Andy.
very, very hot, very, very hot chili. Well done. Well done.
Fantastic.
Well, Anita's tripod could use a piece of that right now because her head froze.
Her head froze.
Yeah, the tripod head.
Uh-oh.
It's
Better than
okay.
the head.
Oh, so yeah, now yeah, I think we were hoping that her head didn't freeze. That wouldn't have been good.
Well, no, her head is still in good shape, you know.
Okay.
Good to hear.
So we only got a handful of images left, folks. It's almost well, but you know, it's I guessed right. I think by the time we get through them all, it will be pretty much midnight or darn close, maybe a little bit afterwards. We got a few images here coming up from Sean Fontenau. Okay, he sent in 2 images, and let me get those. Let me get those up here. Give me a second. So this first one is a cat at a Tibetan monastery. So this is taken with the Z9 with a 24 to 120 at 24 millimeters, f6.3, 1/100th of a second, ISO 64.
Lots of interesting stuff in the background.
So Sean is AKA Pharaoh Man. If you did not know that, so
Okay.
Sean is AKA Pharaoh Man. When he's in stealth mode, he's just called Pharaoh Man. So yeah, I like this the corner
Where was
post.
that one?
I like the colors, huh? The colors are great.
And the composition is
The
fantastic.
background was like Mongolia someplace. Was that Mongolia?
He says it. Want this? Sean, was this in Mongolia or where exactly was the shot? You remember? Tibet.
Tibet.
Okay.
Okay.
What's neat is in the background there on the hills or the mountains, all those rocks, all those giant rocks.
Yeah.
With the grass in between or greenery in between, not necessarily grass, but that's cool. And then you got
which lens did you use?
the 20. You use the 24 to 120.
Beautiful. And presuming is at the closer to the 24 end of this.
Yeah, he did shoot it at 24.
Yeah.
At 24, yeah.
But the great composition here with with the cat at the bottom of the pillar, and the 1/3 on the side. Right, you can see this time almost the 1/3 work, correct? Because it shows all the scene on the other side.
If you say so.
Yeah, you rule. I mean, they're guidelines. You know, I mean, everybody's
Exactly.
handling rules,
I
but
like
but
rules
it
are
does
for breaking.
well
But-
if you're breaking on it when you need to, but not necessarily for every shot.
But also
Sometimes
here the
it
fact
makes
that he got down, correct? So you take that picture standing, it doesn't work as much. I presume that he
I
was
think he got down a little bit.
I think he was
he got
near.
down a little
a
bit.
little bit. You know, he didn't lay on the dirt, but he got down a little bit.
Exactly.
But, so wonderful shot. Then he sent in another image that we'll put on the screen here. This is the woman in blue, as he calls it, which is obviously correct. This was with the Z9 and the same 24-120 at 74 millimeters, f4.5, 1/100th a second at ISO 64. And he's saying, you know, she's a touch blurry because he had just caught her walking by that yellow wall and rushed to take the picture before she walked away. But
Wow.
no, it's nice.
More
Fantastic.
important to get the picture, even if it's a little blurry.
Exactly.
Yeah. The yellow, I mean, wow.
Fantastic.
You guys continue a conversation for a few minutes here. I gotta let the dog out quick. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
So
Yeah, I'm
the
happy to
yellow
work
is obviously the yellow and the blue,
Mm.
fantastic combination of colors. But the yellow look like a wash or something on the stone wall. Fairman.
Yeah, unless it's worn off down the bottom.
Or maybe paint. You know, Sean, you should come on camera one day and talk about this stuff.
Okay. And that's the side of the house, or is a wall?
I think he's probably writing something.
Yeah, they washed the walls.
Yeah.
Wish I would wash my walls. They're very dirty.
Was this also in Tibet? I guess it is.
Yeah.
And she seemed to be wearing one of those dreadful masks, right?
Yeah.
That's probably not wearing completely, but at least around her neck.
Oh yeah, the COVID mask. They
Exactly.
call them now. I'll be worried by the broom in case you hit you with it.
So Pharaoh man, I presume this is a helper around the monastery, because I think those monasteries are only males, correct? Wayne, you probably know that as well.
I've never been to Tibet, but I think I think he went last year after Mongolia because he was in Mongolia with me.
Okay. No, it's a obviously fantastic location.
Mm.
Yeah, he said in Tibet, visited so many temples and monasteries. Yeah. I think in the last couple of photo review, he sent in some stuff from there as well. Don't know. Where are you going this year? I'm gonna be back in Mongolia from like June till like September. So don't know if I'll make it to Gobi again, but hopefully we can get some good stuff out there and good weather so we can shoot some things.
Exactly.
I miss traveling.
Oh yeah, it's a great thing.
Almost Nikon yellow, but a little bit too reddish for a Nikon yellow.
Me, it could be.
Yes.
Too orange for Nikon yellow.
Exactly, too orangey.
It's probably the same color all over, but the rain's washed the bottom part. Now, where's my black paintbrush to paint Nikon on it?
But I agree with you, when traveling is the best spend money, correct?
Yes, seeing the world and experiencing things is just
Exactly.
wonderful. What do you guys think of my image now? Because I switched to the Batis lens.
It was
Very
very
nice.
good
Very
before.
pretty.
Before it was
Very
the
pretty.
iPhone.
Okay, no, these
Sorry, the Mac.
when Jeff was showing only the faces, I noticed that it was very sharp.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. It's at f5 now
Yeah.
because I went from the Mac screen to this one. I just like how it looks and how the color renders.
You said
The-
we take advantage of the not so good camera of the phone, or in this case of the computer, so the screen look a little bit smoother.
Yeah, there's something like these Zeiss lens.
Exactly.
They've got a look to them, haven't they? They always have. I don't think they're quite as sharp as they used to be, but they've still got that look to them.
Second, Roy?
I don't think the Zeiss are as quite as sharp as they used to be, but they've got that nice coloured look to them, very detailed, very dense colours, and a very nice look to the Zeiss lenses.
Yeah. I mean, this one I've seen, I didn't even realize that Sony had this Batis line that was made specifically for them. I know they did the Nikon, the Canon back in the day with the Otus. And of course they have other stuff, but the Otus is like, what, $4,000 a piece, $4 to $5,000, depending on which one you get. But yeah, they are pretty sharp. Even today on our mirrorless cameras, they look really good.
I like old lenses.
Yeah.
More character.
Well, I made it back.
Oh, great.
I made it back.
I kept my 58 1.4 Voigtlander and I replaced it with the 50 1.4 from Zeiss because I just like that wide open. It's sharp and detailed.
Well, we got
Nikon Z lenses are unique in that you can use them wide open.
Yeah, and the colors.
Most lenses are soft wide open.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeff.
No. That's fine. We're almost at the end of the photos, and then what I'll do is when we're done with them, then I'll go to the beginning and I'll just go through them all quick. So for those who came in late, we'll just show each shot for 3 to 5 seconds, and we'll go through all 64 of them. So then the next person that sent images in was Robert, aka Bob Rosato, who I used to work with years ago when I was employed in Connecticut. So he sent in a handful of images with a story behind each one. So I'll take a second for the first one to come up. He says he hasn't had a chance to go shooting since Christmas. So he says, here are some images from the last few years, a couple of autumn images and a couple of bird images. So we should be getting an autumn image any second now.
Ooh.
So this is called McLean Cabin. It's at the McLean Game Refuge. It was a 4,400 acre private hunting reserve in Granby, Connecticut, owned by Connecticut Senator George McLean in the early 1900s.
Beautiful.
He died in 1932 and stipulated in his will that it be set aside as a wildlife sanctuary and maintained for public recreational use. It's just a few miles from where he lives, so he goes hiking there a lot, brings his camera gear when he can. So this was taken October 22 at the McLean Game Refuge in Granby, Connecticut, with the Z6, with the Z24 to 70 f2.8 at 24 millimeters, 1/30th of a second at f9 ISO 100.
That's nice.
I miss the fall. I miss the falls in Connecticut, man. I really do. And I never heard of this place. And I grew up in Connecticut, lived there most of my life, and I never heard of this place.
Yeah, shooting fall colors are nice. Just don't like what comes afterwards. Winter.
Well, if you got a big yard like I used to have with tons of maple and oak trees, fall kills you too, because you're twice a week you're raking them all up.
Yeah.
That's no fun either.
But if you're out in the woods with a cabin, you don't care about breaking anything. Just let it fall.
Right.
I like this.
This next shot, beautiful shot, is of the McLean Bridge. This is in the same area with the Z6, the same lens, 24-70, f2.8 at 24 millimeters, exposure, 0.6 seconds at f8, ISO 100. He says it's a two image focus stack.
Okay. That's
Tripod
what.
shot or no tripod?
Doesn't say.
I would think tripod for half a
I would
second.
think tripod, yeah.
For photo stacking, for sure.
Yeah.
But
I like the bridge to stand out a bit clearer, but it's a lovely shot. I like bridges.
Well, the fact that he managed to get the foreground and the background equally well exposed, it's difficult, correct?
yeah, he was fortunate. He had a polarizer because the sky's nice, and he's got some nice blue in the skies that isn't washed out.
Yeah.
That's the hard part. Normally, when you're in the woods and whatever, all those little pockets of light that you get are usually harsh light.
Oh, lovely, for sure.
He had some blue sky that day, so that worked out well for him.
I agree.
So his next shot here is of a come on, mouse. This is a yellow-bellied sapsucker.
Sapsucker, yeah.
Taken in Sugar Hill, New Hampshire, when he was visiting a college friend in May of 2022. He says there was a woodpecker going to town on one of the nearby trees. So he grabbed the 500 PF and took a couple quick shots from the deck of the house. He says not the greatest of compositions, as there was a lot of vegetation in the way. It's pretty heavily cropped. He says almost 100%. Shot with the D850 and the 500 5.6 PF, 1/320th of a second, f9, ISO 1000. And then he decided to see, we're changing people, Gustavo, every show, as we say, because he branching out, no pun intended, branching out into wildlife bird photography here, taking a snowy egret.
Beautiful.
This is when he said he had just bought the Z9 in January of last year, traveling to the Rolex 24-hour race at the Daytona. Stopped by Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge near Kennedy Space Center on his way to Daytona. Midday, so the lighting was pretty harsh, but he says he's never been there and wanted to practice some birding photography. Shot with the Z9 and the 500 PF, 1/3200th of a second, wide open at 5.6, ISO 500. Good job, Bob. Thank you so much for sending him in. And he asked me to put him near the end of the show because he was not going to be able to be in the chat. So at least this way he knows he could skip to the end and see where his photos are. So.
And great exposure on the egret, on the snowy.
Yeah. So the last pictures, so you don't have to suffer much longer, will be mine once I find them. Okay, so my first shot is of some white pelicans, and there's a great egret in the background. So the reason I took this shot is because I found humor in it. I'm thinking, is that pelican checking to make sure that the deodorant got put on properly underneath the armpit? because it's poking there. Like, he's probably saying, am I the one that smells, or is it you, Fred? You know?
Needs a polarizer.
Plus, there's 4 of them.
There's 4 of them, yes.
Ah.
And so this was with the 800 Z9, 800 PF, wide open, 1/1600th of a second, ISO 2200. So this was pretty early in the morning, so there wasn't a lot of light. But you work with what nature gives you, you know. And
Don't we all?
yeah,
You got some colors in there.
yeah. I mean, I like the color on the bills of the pelicans, and a little bit of color in the background. The sun was just kissing the background vegetation and the tree line in the background, but it hadn't really yet gotten to where it's hitting the water that much yet.
Okay.
The next shot here is me and my backlit, aka rim shot lighting, as I call it. This is the great egret in morning light, backlit, 800 PF as well, wide open. Now this I could have shot at a much lower shutter speed, but I think when I thought about it, I was going back and forth between stationary subjects and birds in flight. And so I didn't knock the shutter speed down because it's way too high. It was 1/3200th of a second, which it didn't need to be anywhere near that at ISO 20. So I ended up with ISO 2200, but ISO 2200 isn't a big deal on a Z9 anyway. But I was trying to figure out why I had it so high, and then I realized, when I look back at my images, I was kind of bouncing back and forth between trying to catch small birds in flight and then going back to what I saw near the water. So I didn't make the adjustment, but I think it came out, halfway decent. I like the specular highlights in the water, and you could see the football shaped bokeh balls and some round bokeh balls and in the image as well. But just had a little fun with it anyway. I kind of liked it. Then the next shot,
the backlit. No, the fact that the focus is on the focus attention is on the backlit beak, correct?
Yep. Yeah, I like it when the beak is almost glowing yellow orange.
Yeah.
The next shot, I think I put in one of my videos not too long ago, but I really like this shot. This was at Green Gardens, which does have a zoo, but this was not in the zoo area, but it was in an area that was near a bird feeder, and the bird feeder was very low to the ground. So we hung out and we were trying to capture birds as they were flying in and out of the trees in the surrounding area, after they got some food. So this was just a small pine warbler on Spanish moss. And I just really like the composition. I like the moss in the image and the colors in the background. And, this background is obviously far enough away where it's nice and creamy, because this is an 800 PF. It's not a plena lens, but I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's a fantastic photo, Jeff. I love this one. Really love that one. By the way, the last time we discussed this Spanish moss.
Yeah.
Then I remember reading that, and then I look at after that. It's neither a moss nor a lichen. It's actually a bromelia type of, right? So it's the name is because it resembles a moth, but a moss, but it's actually a bromelia. So it's a flowering plant.
Okay. Yeah, these they always call it Spanish moss down here, obviously incorrectly, but that's what they call it.
No,
And
that's
it's
it.
always on he's always on what they call the live oaks.
Exactly. No,
Live
is the
oaks.
correct name, a popular name, but is people, because he has that appearance, okay, think that
Yeah.
it's a moss, but it's actually a bromelia. So it's a flowering plant, and actually, when I look at it, at certain time of the year, you can see a very tiny flowers coming out of it. So anyway.
But
Okay.
But it's a beautiful picture, Jeff, without a doubt. And the background, I don't know. I mean, you cannot have better, smoother background than that one.
no,
That's nice.
Woka was perfect.
like a
Lovely
watercolor.
composition.
And the last shot I decided to save, and this is in the zoo part to be fully disclosed. While we were there, I said, well, we got to go and check out the red wolf exhibit again, because I just love these red wolves. So we snuck up there, and I got a shot of the red wolf here. And this was with the 800 PF f7.1, 1/1200th of a second, ISO 6400. And here I tend to keep the shutter speed a little bit higher, because these guys don't typically pose for you, and they're always moving. And and the ISO is going to be a little higher than I want, because it's not really a well lit. It's not the way the lighting falls in there, because it's in like a fairly large caged in area, but the lighting in there early morning usually isn't anything too great. You can see it in the image. You get little shafts of light here or there that come through the trees in the area, but a lot of the rest of the image is a little bit on the dark, typically on the dark side. But I just look at those teeth, and I'm like, I'm glad you're not. I'm like, you're looking at me like do I look like I'm a good snack or a meal?
I'm like, it looks like you want to be petted.
You see it, you go, wasn't that a cute doggy? Let me go pet that. Oh, that was the last animal I ever petted. But that's it for the photos from everyone. And what I'm going to do is, at this point in time, I will go through them quickly from the beginning, so those who tuned in late get an opportunity to see what everybody did. I will not talk about any settings or any information. I will just start at the beginning and start advancing through the images. And give me a second here for this to get back to the beginning. And somebody waiting in the queue, guys, or
Not
heard a beep on the computer. Roy, are you trying to share something?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought so.
yeah.
Those black cockatoos.
Yeah,
There you
there you go.
Ah,
I need to work out how to stabilize a handhold.
that's pretty good.
Now, is that smoke or is that fog to the right or around the trees?
Probably looking through the trees.
Oh,
Yeah, it just says
Steve's-
foreground brush.
Okay.
That's good.
Wow. He's going
You
pretty
can really hear
good.
them crunch. They must have very strong beaks.
Oh, wow. David can show the back of his camera while shooting the aurora. Just don't get frozen.
Anyway,
That's cool.
it goes for a while.
That was nice.
Send me that picture, Roy, and I edit it for you.
Gustavo,
yeah,
Gustavo wants to touch up all your images, Roy. Watch out.
He's welcome to. I'm too lazy.
So let's just fly through these, everybody. Here we got 64 images. We will go through them relatively quick. I will advance to the next one a few seconds after I see it show up on my laptop, because there is a delay.
Okay.
So this was the Kingfisher with the sky replacement, and this was what the sky really looked like. with a little extra,
I like that one.
with a parting gift from the Kingfisher.
Look out below.
Did you see that one? Or were
And
you
then,
over the camera when that came on first?
And then we had the snow geese.
It's a whole bunch I missed.
And I don't have my. Let me get my. Give me a second here. Get my. Where did I do with it? Trying to find my.
Car upside down.
Well, I may have. I guess I minimized my cheat sheet with the descriptions of everything we're going to show you. So I'm not going to. If I don't name what it is, it's because I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me. So we'll move on to the next. We'll move on to this weasel. I know it's a weasel. And then we're going to get into the shots that Luis took in Costa Rica. The snow cap hummingbird, I believe,
That's
Gustavo, correct?
That's right.
Never been to Costa Rica.
In Costa Rica. And then the prong-billed barbet.
That's right.
Looks like it's related to the grosbeaks.
Yeah. And then they're they're prettier kingfishers than what I see. I'd love to get these kingfishers. I think these were, if I remember right, these were Martin Hills, I believe.
That's correct, Marty.
Yeah. And the one in the snow that he took.
Wow.
Yeah, you saw this one.
And then he got the
could have been a Robert Bateman painting.
20, I think it was 20 owls.
Some kind.
And this one I won't remember because, like I said, I minimized or got rid of my cheat sheet here. So this was the one he drove like 50 kilometers or so to get to take the picture of it. That didn't belong in his neck of the woods. It flew north instead of south. It didn't belong there.
The wall creep.
The wall creep.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. And then we ran into to Roy's images, Kookaburra.
Yep, Kookaburra.
And then the one that we just saw the video on.
Black.
Beautiful.
Black something or other.
And then
Cockatoo? No.
What's this one called again, Roy?
Black cockatoo.
Black cockatoo. And then someone had chimed in what this one was called, but I don't remember.
It was. I think it was some red waddle or something.
Don't ask me.
Yeah, red waddle or red waffle. Has those little fleshy pink areas around the neck area, which was
They should
weird.
stand out better than that too. They're in real life. They're very obvious.
And this is.
How many did I send in?
You sent in 5.
Yeah.
Did I? No.
Yeah,
I have
you
to
sent
watch
in
that.
5. Because then you sent in this buddy here.
Yes. Rabbit.
And Gustavo wants to crop this one for you too.
Exactly.
I should have cropped it myself.
You drive me crazy.
And then Roy I hear is going to be on TV from his house doing episodes of Animal Planet.
I like doggies.
Yeah, no one can resist doggies. But he also has a cat on a hot tin charbroil.
King of the mountain.
King of the mountain. Yeah.
I don't think he's done yet.
Okay.
Let
the
me.
audience.
Yeah, my laptop seems to lag a lot more than what you guys see at your end because you're probably seeing this one right now. The 2 dogs.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not even showing up on my laptop. Yeah, it's just showed up on my laptop right now, so there's quite a long delay.
You know,
Then we-
it's funny because the internet is showing up faster than your restream that we're seeing.
Yeah. And then we ran in. Now we got Gustavo's pictures that he took of the blue heron, and then he's
Yeah,
got
I've got the window open too, and it's very slow.
long-billed curlew. That's a long bill, boy. Nothing's going to get too close to that bird. And then you got the least sandpiper. That was the least of Gustavo's problems.
Exactly.
And then he had the Wimbrel, which we have plenty of Wimbrels down here too. And then the marbled Godwit. With the sexy legs. And then we got into Anita's shots.
From Mars.
This was from one of the landers that landed on Mars recently.
Which proved that there is water in Mars.
There is water in Mars, yes. And then that was the wood mill. This could be like anywhere New England type of shot. And then the view, I think this was, she said the view from her brother's kitchen, I believe, if I remember right. And then David sent us Aurora Borealis shots that he took where he is now earlier in the week, and he managed to get a few of them sent out to us, which was fantastic. He's trying to get
Jeff,
some.
after you finish this, I can show you live what my camera is seeing right now.
Okay.
Do it.
Well, I could jump back to this. So why don't you? I'll jump to your
Live view.
I could jump to. You send it to me. I'll show it.
No, he's
Well,
going there.
it's going to be. I'm going to use the camera on the front of my iPad.
Put him big. Put him big.
So that's what you'll see instead of me.
Oh, okay.
Just when my picture changes, you can change.
Okay.
Get off here.
What I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to make us move us around here so I could drag David's up and make it bigger.
I got to change the battery. Oh, sorry.
You never know what you're going to get in this show, correct?
No, you got to go with the flow, man. You got to be flexible.
Exactly.
You got to be flexibility is the key. And somebody my size, I'm not very flexible, but I try.
So is he going to record the iPad?
He's going to show us a live image of what's.
So he's going to have to rotate it instead of.
Yeah, he's going to have to rotate it. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. He's got it now.
All right.
This is what Anita's camera can see. Or, come on, get back on here. And there's a car coming, so it's being washed out.
Oh,
Beautiful.
And
Great.
and the battery just died in my camera again. so like this car is going by here. Okay. Then get back to this is what we can see live.
wow.
Beautiful.
Look at those
That's
cars.
cold.
And it just went out. So anyway, we'll go back to the show.
Okay. Thank you, David.
Thanks, David.
Yeah.
See, live stream of the aurora from Yellowknife, Canada.
Yeah. So then we get to some of Ava's pictures.
I gotta go.
And this will take a second as the hard drive is thinking about it.
I still think that's a great shot just by
It is.
sticking it up and taking a shot. It was perfect.
Yeah.
Be nice if the lamp was on, but that can't have everything.
Well,
Yeah.
that was a film camera, right? The OM1 is what she had.
Yeah. Yeah.
The original OM1. Yeah.
The original OM one. Yeah.
Used to
I
like
believe
them.
it's the. Well, I don't know. It might not be the original OM1 because she had OM1 gear, so I'm not sure on that. I don't know if it's the digital version or not.
No, it's not the digital. It's all with the film. So
Okay.
that's a 35 millimeter, I believe.
No, she said it's the new one. There is an OM1 digital. The new one is they have an OM1 digital, so that's what she's using. That's what she used.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then let's see. Yeah, I like this one with the light just hitting the road in that one spot. Really nice. And then of course the doggy with Roy. The doggy's like, I want Roy. And then we had the high key giraffe shot.
That's still a great shot.
And the
I want to see that in color too.
and then the incredible long processing shot that Terry had to
Terry.
do.
Masochist.
And you know what? Sometimes like this next shot is like what they would typically call a minimalist photo because it really is. There's only one there's really one subject, and that's that half dead. Well, not half dead. It looks dead because of the roots sticking out, but everything is drawn to the tree.
It's not dead, or the leaves would go first.
Right, the leaves would be dead, but it's not dead. But I don't know how it's alive either.
Well, the branches, the roots go right through the crack of the rock.
Yeah. They must just be enough going into the cracks to get water.
Right.
And then he had his nice close up here. And then we had Wayne's images with his Zeiss lenses, which did a nice job.
I like Zeiss. Zeiss is good.
Yes, I really enjoy using them.
They just feel different, don't they?
They do.
I think Wayne is going to try to catch up to Roy with the lens count. I don't know. He's working on it.
Not yet. Once I get settled, maybe I'll get some stuff. I tested the 180-600 the other day. Kind of waited for long use, but I'm like, maybe if I trip to Mongolia, we'll see.
Interesting lens.
Yes.
As they say, this stuff is a disease. You know that, don't you?
Oh, I had a whole bunch that I sold up before. I'm trying not to get back to that level, but these things that I will actually use and not just keep sitting around.
I love that one.
Yeah. You could have gotten corny with this and called it Morning Dove.
Could have photoshopped out the fence entirely.
And you got the rainbow. Skittles. This is a good Skittles commercial. You should contact Skittles. He said this is where the water drop would hit the back of the bird's head. So the timing was impeccable here with that. And then we had Scubarazzi shots coming up. You go from fish to smoke-filled bubbles to explosions, to the eventual explosions.
He's more patient than I am.
Yep, to hot chilies.
I like close-ups.
Yeah. And we had a nice picture of the kitty cat here. And the lady in blue. And then we had a few Connecticut shots. Made me miss home for a minute here. And as we turn everybody into a bird photographer.
Working on it, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm working on it. We got the last few images that I threw in here for general consumption. Let's see.
Doggy.
The doggy. And that. Let me.
Ah,
And that is that.
That's the
We
Stewart
got-
family.
There's a couple of cold fish if I ever saw them.
that could have been embarrassing.
Yeah, yes. We don't know how that. You never know. That could have been one of those oopsa moments on a live stream.
Yeah, Jeff, remember those in the old baseball game where they put the camera and then the people had to kiss it?
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Could have been worse.
Well,
No sound, David.
he doesn't
It's
want
not
the
that
sound.
kind of show here.
Exactly.
He doesn't want the sound. He was breathing heavy.
We won't ask why.
We needed to go, Jeff, like kiss.
Gustavo, I got to shrink the screen to fit you on here, buddy. Wait a second.
That's all right.
I'm like, where are you? You're in the second row. You're like chopped off.
Just having fun here with David and Anita.
About that. I didn't mean to make Gustavo. See, I could do magic tricks. I can make Gustavo
Exactly.
here.
Well, it's still minus 26 here. Didn't warm up any.
Well, it's supposed to cool off, so we're not doing too bad.
So what's the temperature inside your vehicle?
Oh, it's nice and cozy in here.
I think it's about 20.
Oh,
Plus.
above zero.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but
20 plus
It's
centigrade.
still cold.
but you're going in and out, and
Yeah.
and that's hard on you. You know,
But the heated seats make up for it.
yeah.
Yeah, it's 68 in the car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. You keep the car going, right? So
But the thing is that our feet are still cold, and there's still parts of the car that are still really cold. You know, and there's parts that are warm. You know, because the heating system is not uniform, and that's because it's so cold outside. You know.
Yeah, I was trying to find. Real Nikon lover was saying, I thought He says, yeah, breaking news. And he says, breaking news in my email, but I didn't find anything in my email. So,
Well, Scaramucci says, what happens if my car battery dies? And I say, it's a rental with 9,600 kilometers on it, so it better not die.
Hey, I've gotten some rentals where it was only filled up with a quarter tank of gas. So you're supposed to fill it up before you turn it back in.
Well, yeah, it's the first rental that we had, it was 3/4 full, and so that the guy gave me 15% off of the rental.
Oh,
And
that's good.
for $24 worth of gas, I saved $100. So I wasn't complaining about that. And then the valve in one of the tires, it had frozen, is a bit of a leak. So I ended up changing that, and I got a Bronco, which is a 4-wheel drive, and it's much nicer because it goes through the snow, whereas the other thing, it was a little bit too close to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, but well, it's been working great because we're up high and higher so that we can see, and they got room for all of our gear, because you'd be surprised at how much gear you got to take to do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Well, because we got 3 tripods, and they're Manfrotto tripods, but they're not the small ones. They're the 55s, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they go up fairly high, and the 3 of them are carbon fiber. And by the time you get that in your suitcase, and my parka and my boots and whatever, there's 45 pounds of gear, and then I still got to take my clothes.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Nita's got to do the same thing, and then we got our
camera cases on top of that.
yeah, my Pelican Air case with the cameras in it. It weighs 31 pounds.
Very heavy, those Pelicans.
Oh, but I was going through security, and security people, they had, because they had to check it. They said there's anything fragile in there, you know, in a Pelican case.
We've got breaking news here that we're going to share with everybody.
Okay.
Real quick, from Jim. He sent this. Oops. Let me get it back here.
Grandpa Jim.
Boom. There we go.
Oh, wow.
3rd grandchild on the way. 2 in August. It's a girl.
Congrats.
It's a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get everybody on the right-hand side here. There we go. There we go.
Good luck to them.
The important stuff in life here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jim. Congratulations. Well, you're turning into Grandpa over and over and over again here. Everybody must be drinking from the same water.
At least there's not more information about the Z63.
Well, yeah, I'm like, please don't let it be that, because I mean that's being talked about so much. I'm almost ready to get sick to my stomach. It's like, oh my God, you know. I mean, we'll I guess chat about it for 2 minutes.
It's all the same information too.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing, and they change one thing, and like, breaking news. It's a miracle. Best camera ever. Oh, it's a dream machine. Oh, you know, the clickbait titles and stuff is enough to make you nauseous. It's like, stop already.
Well, I'm not going to buy one.
But I don't know. I mean, well, you're retired now, David. Unless you change your mind, you got to be more careful. You know, you got to buy new. You got to buy ball heads that don't freeze over in where you are.
Yeah, what I think I'm going to have to do is get jackets for them and put the Gustavo's heaters in them.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what happened to Gustavo?
I made the screen too big.
Disappear.
There we go.
Oh, there you are,
Yeah,
Gustavo.
It's been neglected.
It's my magic trick. That's my magic trick for tonight.
You see,
Abracadabra.
you see, Jeff, that's why we cannot take that type of photo because our ball head will freeze.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than the frozen ball head.
Exactly.
Well, they would just assume that we had hair and it froze off our heads.
Well, actually, it's her three-way head froze, but mine is still working fine. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't say there's anything wrong with it because her tripod. Well, actually, not her tripod, but her ball head used to be mine. So.
Oh, it used
So-
to be mine, and I
Well,
gave it
anyway.
to you.
Anyway,
So-
it's gone back and
Back
forth.
to me.
So,
But
David,
anyway.
when that happened, you had to, then you cannot move the ball head. So you have to move the tripod, correct, to change the composition.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like I can't tilt it up and down, but I can pan and I can adjust the horizontal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Probably raise it up from the middle.
Here we go. We
But-
can't forget this term. That's highly overused. Everything's a game changer. Everything's a game changer. I
Well,
thought the only people that were allowed to say it was a game changer was Nintendo.
Exactly.
These
Well,
are the buzzwords
I think
that
my-
is younger generation like. So you don't throw things out like that. They're not watching. They want to see this game changer because they want the next latest and greatest that's going to be out.
Well,
Yeah,
I
you know
can-
what? You know when you'll see it when Nikon announces it, and then 2 months later when it comes out. But,
And 5 months after that, you can buy one.
well, then you'll be if that's what comes out, then within 30 days it'll be, well, when's the Z6 IV going to come out? I mean, my God, it never stops. It's like enough already.
Got some great cameras now, though, haven't we?
People want the next greatest thing that's coming out.
Yeah. It's like realistically, and the thing is, all the specs all the rumored specs that are out on it, and they're saying game changers and this, that, and the other. I would argue that for most of us that follow the industry, there's really, for the most part, what we're reading about is what we would have expected it to be, because a lot of the Z8 and Z9 tech is being flowed down to these lower price point cameras, not necessarily 100%, but a lot of what you're seeing is the normal thing that camera companies do is they once they come out with their quote unquote flagship, then they work from the top down and they start moving everything down. And it doesn't matter whether it's Nikon or Canon or Sony or Olympus or anybody, they all do the same thing. It should not be anything that is maybe it'll be one or two things in there that catch you by surprise that maybe you didn't think they were going to do for the price point. But, overall, I'd say 85 to 90% of what you think it would have had, it will have with a few surprises in it. But I mean, nothing that is going
I
to
just want
change.
two US people. The 2 US people to make me happy. Otherwise, I'll get a ZF.
But the
Yeah, as I was saying, boy, that one doesn't seem like it's going to have it based upon the thickness of the Z8, unless it's the same thickness and the height as far as what they can actually put inside it. It's maybe going to be the ZF thickness, maybe a little bit thicker than that.
Yeah,
But
might as well get a ZF.
we'd be lucky if we get a full size HDMI port. I would like to see that, but we don't know.
I've heard that, but there's lots of rumors.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
rumoring that it will be full size, but time will tell. Or actually, well, no, I'm not going to mention anybody by name. I'm going to be nice. So and so will tell, but I'm not going to say who so and so is. You know what's weird is you notice how when you're Nikon rumors, and of course they talk about a lot of the third party lens manufacturers from China. Some of that stuff is showing up very, very quickly for sale on Amazon. In some cases, quicker than it shows up on B&H or Adorama. And what was interesting when I bought that TT Artisans macro lens not too long ago, it was, for a very short period of time, it was on B&H Photo and Adorama's website, and then all of a sudden it said this item is no longer available, and this was shortly after the introduction, and I ended up having to buy it on Amazon because Amazon had it, but B&H said it's no longer available. So it's kind of weird what's going on with some of these Chinese lens manufacturers, because it seems like they pop up very quickly on the Amazon site as being available on Amazon, and then it's a little bit of a hit or miss sometimes whether or not it's going to show up on the major retail camera retailers websites or not. So that's just kind of strange. I don't really understand what's going on there, or why that one particular lens said it was no longer available, but then I was able to buy it on Amazon. But some weird stuff going on. But one of the lenses that they just talked about or said came out was this Viltrox autofocus 20 millimeter f2.8 lens for the Z mount. It's only $158. Okay,
Amazing,
so
isn't it?
you got a 20 millimeter 2.8 that has seven blade design for your aperture blades. And then if you get the Nikon Z 20 millimeter f1.8, you got 9 blade diaphragm. And of course you got the program ring too. And it's weather sealed. The other one's not weather sealed, but you're talking $158 versus over $1,000.
Yeah.
It's worth using if you can't afford the dearer one. They're worth getting, but the problem is most of the elements are plastic. They tend to flare a lot more.
Yeah. And then there was some conversation that kind of flowed into. It's mentioned on Nikon Rumors, and I guess because it was mentioned on Nikon Rumors, it kind of flowed into one of the Gray's videos from this week where they talked about, maybe there's 2 Nikon cameras coming out. So of course the discussion then revolved around, okay, is it going to be what had been typical? If you're going to come out with a Z6 III, the Z7 III would probably come out at the same time or very close to the same time. And so then they're speculating that, well, maybe instead of the Z7 III, it'll be an update on a different model, the Z52, Z50 Mark II instead, which that's desperately in need of an update because it doesn't compete with the competition anymore.
Too old.
Yeah, it's too old. It's 8-bit, doesn't have 10-bit, so on and so forth. So, I mean, that desperately needs an update. And that could be a possibility because the thing we've all talked about, whether it be on our own channels or our own individual channels or on this live stream in the past, is if Nike, you got to say, what would a Z7 III be? What do you with the rumored specs of the Z6 III and the Z8? How do you make the Z7 III different? So the assumption that we all kind of make, not that we agree necessarily that it should be done, let me clarify that up front, is that, well, it's got to be a 61 megapixel sensor, because how else are you going to differentiate now a Z7 III significantly from a Z6 III or a Z8? So you got to wonder, do you really need a Z7 III? Because Nikon doesn't seem to be overly anxious to come out with a 61 to use a 61 megapixel sensor. And I would just argue that if they do it, it may not be because they want to. It may be just to be competitive with another brand, who we all know who that other brand is, and that they're doing it for those marketing reasons more than they are because that's what they really want to do. But I don't know. I mean, I personally, if the Z6 III comes out with all the rumored stuff that they're talking about, and we know what's in the Z8, I don't really see the need to have a Z7 III. But
I can
That's
see
what
it.
I think they combine it. So the Z6 III is going to be like with the Z7 III.
Well, but the
But we don't know
Z7
if it's
III,
20.4 or a 30
Well,
megapixel camera. We just
well,
don't know.
if they stick to the 24.5 megapixel sensor size, then you're going to have a certain contingent saying, well, you need to come out with a 61 megapixel camera like Sony has. So,
well, remember the C7 III is a 61 megapixel CMOS sensor. That's supposed to be a high resolution camera, good for landscape photographer.
Yeah, that's what it'd be used for.
yeah, but
And maybe certain uses, architecture. And
This is Z7 II. Yeah.
Z7 II is just as good.
Yeah.
But
So-
the thing is, it'll be interesting to see what they do, because maybe they'll do what Gray's thought, was come out with a Z52 because that's more urgent, and then put the Z7 III at a later date instead of it tagging along with the Z6 III.
If at
But
all.
it's all speculation. We're all guessing. We don't have a clue. We don't know. I don't know anybody at Nikon. Nikon doesn't know who I am, and that might be a good thing. They don't know who I am.
Exactly.
But but we'll see what happens. It's an interesting conversation that every channel has had. Will they do it? Won't they do it? When will they do it? Do they need to do it? Hey,
I think the big thing that people are looking at right now as far as sensors is dynamic range. So if you throw the Z7 III and you give it even better dynamic range, that could be something they could look at. There's some talk on this side about possibly a medium format, but who knows? That's what people are rumoring that could happen. They're saying that the flange diameter is big enough to put a sensor in there. And that's
David's taken off. David's taken off
Right,
here
David, take
in a
care.
minute.
Yeah,
They could
I would hate to cut
They
you
could
guys
put a bigger
short, though,
sensor in, but they won't.
Yeah.
The bigger sensor, the bigger flange, is just to increase the quality of the lenses, not the bit size of the sensor.
Yeah, well, again, it's not any factual thing, but people are speculating as far as what could be happening and what could come next. And based on this planet that they're saying how great that lens is and how everything is, that it could actually work with another line of planet style lens for that.
There's a few lenses that would work with a medium format sensor, but the thing is, it's not practical. All the goodness is not around the edges of a lens. If it's designed for 35 millimeters, anything beyond that's going to be soft around the edges.
Yeah.
Apart from the PC2 lenses.
That's why Albert loves to come up with all these adapters to put medium format glass on 35 millimeter cameras, because then the field of the viewing area or the circle of the medium format is so big that you're getting the perfect center of the medium format lens is what's falling
That's
on
part
your
of the lens.
35 millimeter sensor. So you could have. I was talking to him. I've been talking to him recently, and he says, yeah, you could have a medium format lens that has mold or something around the outer edge of the lens, and he says if you convert it to work on a 35 millimeter camera, you'd swear to God it's a perfect lens, because what's degraded around the edges will never show up. It doesn't matter. You're using the center of the lens, and it's going to look better than any 35 millimeter lens that you would ever have. And I can't disagree with him. He's absolutely right.
If you're just after the lens itself and no autofocus or anything, that's a good way to go.
Yeah. But yeah, David, I hope you stay warm. If you're still listening, I know you signed off here, but hopefully things go good. Again, he said he had to shut down. They got an early flight in the morning, so it's too bad. Too bad that you're there freezing for 8 days and you really only had 2 nights that worked out for you to get the images that you wanted. That's tough. That's tough. But hopefully what you got worth it.
He's very dedicated.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
So when is this CP Plus in Japan? That's coming up, correct?
Yeah, I'm not. When is it? February?
This month.
I think it's this month. Yeah.
It's already February.
Yeah.
So we will know soon.
Well, who knows?
February 22nd to 25th.
Yeah, so the end of the month.
Well,
near the end of the month.
Jeff, better be soon, because otherwise we will keep inundated with more and more speculation videos.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I'll give you more.
What's interesting is there seems to be a little bit of infighting between Petapixel and Nikon rumors, which I don't understand how that got stirred up, but it's definitely going on, because Nikon rumors flat out stated that Nikon was no longer making any f-mount lenses anymore, and they're just going to be selling the remaining inventory. And when that inventory was gone, then you were going to be, as they say, blank out of luck. And then Petapixel apparently contacted Nikon, and Nikon did not support that statement by Nikon rumors, and said they were still doing lenses, and they're still going to be supporting f-mount glass. And I think they're both kind of right. I think it's somewhere in the middle, because it's going to be like what they had been doing. Is they're going to be they'll discontinue certain lenses a little at a time, chip away at it a little at a time, and eventually, then there won't be any more f-mount lenses. But
I'll just phase out the ones that aren't used anymore.
Yeah, I mean they will eventually get there, but it isn't necessarily now. So there's a little truth on both sides of the fence, but yeah, there's definitely some infighting going on between Petapixel and Nikon rumors, but I don't really know what drove it. I think Petapixel made a comment that they don't care for rumor channels or something like that, which might have picked them off. And then they kind of answered back and said, well, you use some of my content on your show, so you're talking about rumors too, right? So now they're just like it reminds me of the, have a fair fight. You have one guy from each place, and they do the old rock'em sock'em robots, the boing, hit it in the chin, head goes up, boing. Let's have a fair fight, But I don't know what's going on there.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't affect my ability to fall asleep or wake up the next morning. I'm not worrying about it. Too many things to worry about. Before I go further down. What's that?
Sorry, no, I was saying that we are in the cycle of this technology wave that people are not so interested in that much speculation, correct? When the Z9 was coming, there was a lot of anticipation. I know there's a lot of anticipation for the C6 III, but it's not the same level, correct? Because it's
Right.
not a
Right.
big change.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's at the same level. The Z6 III guys are chopping at the bit for this camera.
Yeah, but the Z9's the first camera I bought with actually playing with it.
Exactly.
I'd have to see the Z6 before I touched it.
But it's just funny how the cycle goes and how the. But I just
All these game changers.
all these game changers, are killing me, man. It's killing me, killing me.
New color, game changer.
Yeah,
Everything is a game changer. The game
Yeah,
changes
yeah.
every day.
yeah. We put new clips on the camera for your camera strap. They look different. Game changer.
gonna be
You know,
hard for
it's interesting. When you look at old cameras, you really have to find some sense of humor in the descriptions. You talk about clickbait. Try to go find a vintage camera to buy, right? So you got, to me, you have, fair, good, very good, excellent, and mint. But when you go on the websites that are selling the vintage camera, I didn't realize there was a excellent plus and an excellent
Right.
plus plus and
Almost
a mint,
new.
and a
Yeah.
near mint and a near mint plus plus and a and
Have you
and
seen
there's
some of those cameras? Some of those cameras are absolutely decrepit.
the crap. They go, oh, near mint, and it's like half the parts on the camera you see rust, and they say it's near mint. And it's got rust on it. It's like
Near mint, but doesn't work.
Yeah, seriously,
parts.
really?
Like, what is a version of Mint?
Oh my! Yeah, maybe they're confused because if you buy it, they give you mint with it.
Oh, it's near a Mint.
Yeah, it's near a mint. It's near a mint. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
guys
Well,
saw-
the mint is
I'm
same
put
as it
out
came
with
out of the factory.
You saw the videos John put out with Mr. Wu from Wild Camera talking about the old stuff.
I actually have not had a chance to watch it. I saw that he did 2 videos, but I haven't watched them yet. I'm going to, because anybody that's been around that long and touched so many things is going to have some really good stories.
The Nikon
Yeah, that's
one's very
right.
good.
The third one about the Zeiss Icon. Well, every time I go to the camera shop, that gentleman has at least 2 cameras around his neck, all strapped on in the vest, walking around. The old stuff, film cameras and so on.
Yeah.
He has them on every time I'm there.
Well, the Zeiss Icon back in the day, Zeiss was like Zeiss was trying to buy up all the little guys because it wanted to have a lock on the market with those folding bellows cameras back in the 1910s, 1920s, and those were all Zeiss Icon cameras, and they were trying. You were competing against Voigtlander. You were competing against no-name German camera companies that used a lot of the same components, but they didn't necessarily have a name on them. And Zeiss wanted to buy all those guys up because they actually bought the Frederick Deckel shutters that were on all the German cameras. They were made by this one guy, and Zeiss bought that company, but then they licensed it back to the guy who invented it, and he continued to make it. And so you see the initials on a lot of the those folding bellows cameras will have FD on them, and that's the guy who did the shutters. And
Mm.
so, and then those shutters were copied eventually by the Japanese when you had Sakosha shutters and the Copal shutters came out and stuff like that. They were all based on German designs made by the Japanese, and ended up being just as good, as time went on. But it's a very interesting story because Zeiss was really trying to, buy up all these little guys and kind of consolidate everything around their brand and kind of chip away at the competition, and the Zeiss icon was a big part of that. So it's kind of neat that you say you like the Zeiss icons because those were very good cameras back in the day. But let's see, we got what else we got? So before we go, talk about other things. Well, we still have 31 people here. I want to thank everybody that's here for submitting your photos, for sharing your work. I think we had another fantastic grouping of images from everybody, and it's the highlight. Hey, I keep repeating myself. Just call me Pete or Repeat. It's the highlight of my month is to do the photo review with everybody because that's what makes us a community. It makes us a great community. So thank you so much, everybody. And I will pop the reminder up way ahead of time. And I remind everybody that I am going to become a stickler more so now, following my original statement that I kind of laxed off on is if you send the image to me after noontime the day before, I'm going to accept it, but it's going to go in the bucket for the following month.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, I'm on the computer too much, guys. I can't tell you how much time I'm on the computer doing this. I don't see my wife. My wife's watching TV. Where am I? I'm up on the computer. 7 days a week, I'm up here on the computer. I can have a little less computer time if I get the images like I originally requested by noontime the day before on a Friday, 12 noon Eastern time. And I'm going to stick to that. And I won't be like accepting an image at 1:45 the same night as the photo review and suck it in and try to share it with everybody. It's just you don't realize how beat you get doing this, and I'm not going to drive myself into getting sick over doing this. I do it, because I love to do it, but I don't exactly want to die from doing it either, guys. So you got to, meet me halfway here and kind of like, a year from now, if I'm still here a year from now, it's going to be the first Saturday of every month. So there's no surprises here. There should be no excuses.
Put it in your calendar.
Put it in your calendar,
So Jeff, let me tell you something here. A little bit of consultation, and I know I'm going to be reprimanded by Roy and probably Wayne. But I actually have managed to have a locking up of my Z9 during a photo shoot in this last trip. So what happened to me is I was photographing some cranes. You will see eventually some of the crane photos. Actually, it was the whooping cranes, not the crane. So I went and I switched between video and I was in camera mode, switch to video. I would start the video and it will do like fraction of a second and the image get frozen. Then after that, I could not go back to anything else. It was a static image. Okay. So the only solution was that, and that's typically what we do is take the battery out, put the battery back, try it two more times, and it happened again, and say, okay, I'm not going to risk it here. Obviously, something is going wrong. I don't know what it is. So I I did not shoot any more video that afternoon. The clips, the short clips. Okay. So this is my hypothesis. Right. And actually, I prove it because after that, I didn't have any problem. Right. That either was a problem with the battery or a problem with the car. Right.
Yeah.
And the problem with the car probably was something that self-made because, this was a shoot in the afternoon, so I had shot with the same car in the morning, went to have the rest during lunchtime, look at the image in using the photomechanics, correct? And I presume that when you open the car in photomechanics, didn't do the download, just look at the images that I had taken in the morning. And I presume when you do this photomechanic, it may have written something into the card. Because what I did after that was, okay, let me get that card, save the image, because I was afraid that there was some sort of corruption, correct, on the card. Obviously, use a different battery, but also save the still images from the morning and the rest of the images from the afternoon, and then reformatted the card. And then I couldn't get it after I reformatted the card, full reformat, everything was okay, correct?
Yeah.
So the moral of the story, correct, is if you look at your camera with any kind of third-party software, download and then go back, start from beginning again. So that's my hypothesis, but I want to hear certainly from you guys. But Roy,
I don't delete files from the card in the camera because sometimes they can cause corruption, and I always give it a few seconds to finish writing to the card when I shut it off.
Right.
Okay.
A corrupted card can be a problem. They're very easy to corrupt.
Well, I heard that the video will freeze up if the camera doesn't like the subject that you're trying to shoot video on.
Hey, what a wonderful subject.
I'm assuming you talk about self-expression, right?
Jeff, you also do this switching back and forth, correct? All the time.
I do it all the time, yeah.
And I had done it multiple times, never had that problem. Okay.
Depends on the card too. Some cards are better than others. Some
Yeah,
cards
but what's my,
it didn't like those sand pigeons. Sand pigeons that you're trying to get.
So what car was it, Gustavo?
No, it was one of the I think wasn't. I only have the Delkin Black or the Cobalt Pro. What is it called? The same one that Jeff had. I mean, these are these are the top of the line, and never have given me any trouble. Correct. So I presume that it was because I look at the photos, correct, and I in during the lunchtime, correct. Sometimes the software had to write something back into the card.
Did you delete any of the files, images?
No, I didn't delete. I sometimes do that, but this time I didn't.
Very strange.
Yeah, but it cured. It never happened in the rest of the trip. This was like the second day of the trip, correct? And then I said, "Oh, I hope I don't have any problem here," correct? Because you never know when you travel, something may go wrong. But no, it was the second day of the trip, and it never reappeared. But it's the first time that I have that my C9 basically stopped working, correct?
Maybe when you change from video to stills, you're still writing to the disc to the card.
That could be that I did it too quickly, correct?
Yeah.
But after I reformatted, the problem disappeared, right? Because I tried with different cards, I tried with different batteries, right? And then
Did you try to take the SD card out first before you did all that?
Yeah. I did try to, and I have another SD card there, but I didn't. You know what? When you are in the middle of or something like that, you don't want to. There is some limit where you can experiment. When the camera starts working, you say, "Okay, I'm going to stay on this mode." Right? So, and I deal with that when I get to when I get back to the hotel. Correct? So,
always nice to have a second camera.
Exactly, and I have my C8 as well. Correct? So it's not like I was with only one camera. That was my fallback. Hey, maybe the rest of the trip will be only the C8. Okay?
Very strange.
Well, I tell you, it scares you though, because when you're all engrossed in your content and what you're trying to do at the moment, and then if you have any little thing like that happen, you feel like you're getting ready to, you're having chest pains. You're like, Elizabeth,
Exactly.
it's really freaks you out because you're like, oh no, especially when you fly and you go somewhere on a trip.
Exactly.
I mean, the last thing you
The
want
other
to
thing
have.
is sometimes if you take the cards from one camera to another, the format's slightly different, and that confuses them.
Exactly. And I try not to do that, although with the C8 and the C9, it seemed to work well because I had done it by mistake, correct? And then you have two folders, one Z8 folder and one C9 folder, correct? And of course, my naming convention of my files also it has a C9 or C8 in front of it. But indeed, I just mentioned it here because it happened to me, and it's good to pass that, right? So for me, it was I think it was the formatting. After I reformatted downloaded the picture, reformatted the cards.
Also, if you format in the camera, it's only a high level format.
That's what I do. I typically do the
that
full
doesn't
format.
erase the data.
Exactly.
If you take it to a computer and do a long format, that erases it much better.
Okay, I typically use in the camera the full format, correct?
The
Rather than
format in
short
the
format.
camera is
Format.
is
Instead of the
only
quick format, do the full format. It
Exactly.
doesn't take that much longer.
No.
No.
And
in
you
the
ensure
camera
that the
just
camera is clean.
it's
Correct?
just changing the directory.
Exactly.
I want to address this question from Scuba Razzi, which I'm sure everybody kind of wants to know. Do you have any news when Chuck will do a next live stream? I talked to him a week ago, and I'm not going to get into everything we talked about, but since he did mention it within the chat last week, people were asking, and his intent is to, when he comes back, he's going to be doing his show on Wednesdays at 12 o'clock noon. If you recall, Chuck had two live streams. He had one that was at noon Eastern time every Wednesday for the European market, for those that are in a different time zone, because this hour of the night, this show starting at 9, the show that he would do at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time on Saturdays, wasn't conducive to a good part of the audience that went and saw Chuck's shows. So he had the show on Wednesday and he had a show on Saturday. Well, he commented on last week he's not going to be doing any Saturday show. He with what he's gone through health wise or whatever, he goes to bed at 10 o'clock. He's not going to be able to do what we're doing here and start at 9 and continue on till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
10-hour live stream.
Yeah, he on a live stream. And so he wants to, when he comes back, he wants to start on doing a focus, at least in the beginning, to just focus on doing a show on Wednesdays. But he doesn't have any intention that I'm aware of to doing something on a Saturday, because he just can't stay up that late anymore. It just doesn't work for him physically to do that. So it'll be Wednesdays, and probably the goal, I believe, is around early to mid March. Okay, is when I think he wants to try to come back. I think he mentioned that last week as well. I didn't get to read everything in the chat, but from what little bits I saw, I think that pretty much covers it. But so hopefully, and that's all, and it all depends on his him continuing to make progress with his speech therapist and stuff like that, because we all know that the speech is really the biggest issue that is hampering him right now, and he's working really, really hard to overcome that. But he's doing the best he can, and when he feels comfortable coming back, he'll come back. But I think he set, you got to set goals, and I think he set a goal, first week of March, second week of March, something like that. He's going to try to do a show on a Wednesday, and I told him I'll support him 110%. That I'll come on his show if he wants me to and support him, because I did that. Before the incident happened, I was on his show on Wednesdays at noon, and I was on his show at 9:00 every Saturday night. So we'll still I will still support him 110%, and until he gets sick of me and doesn't want me around anymore, and then I'll just disappear in the sunset, like an old Western. Hop on my horse and leave Dodge.
Right into the sunset.
But that's kind of where I think things are going to be. So hopefully that kind of sort of answers that. Like you said, he's the only one that's going to know when he feels comfortable coming back. I can't, I could just tell you what he's thinking and what he commented on last week.
And he will let us know for sure.
Yeah, he'll know when it's right, and he's got to feel comfortable. You got to feel he's been gone for a long time. I mean, think about it. Okay, this is show number 29, and I had 2 weeks. I took 2 weeks off when I had to go to Connecticut to work on my father-in-law's house. I was gone for 2 weekends, so basically,
3/4 of a year.
It's been 7 months. It's been over 7 months that I've been doing this. So that's that doesn't sink in my head still. I said, holy moly, 7 months, man. That's a long time. That's a long time.
You've done good.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens when things happen, and I mentioned it last week too. When he tells me, hey, here's the date I'm going to come on, I told him we're going to announce it on the Saturday night live stream. We're going to push everybody to that's retired and not working anyway, or those that are will have to take the day off to go on that first Wednesday live stream and support him. And I will let everybody know when that is, and we can all give him all the support and love that he deserves, because, we wouldn't be sitting here right now talking if it wasn't for what he put together. So we got to remember and appreciate what this guy did for all of us. So,
yeah.
Okay, John, how long have you been listening, buddy? Let's discuss the Z63. Yeah, if you want me to do my Joker laugh, we'll talk about it some more.
The other thing that happened to me, Jeff, is that again, going on the road with your camera, correct? So I always carry a little package of, that comes with the swab and the clean solution, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I hate to clean my sensors. I'm a little bit paranoid. I know, again, Roy tell me, don't be paranoid, just clean it, okay? So just before the trip, like a week before, I say, okay, let me order some more cleaning and swabs and the little, individual packages, because that's what I carry in my bag, right? But I have only one. So indeed, I go and order, and then the solution, which typically take longer to arrive because it cannot travel by plane, arrive, and that damn package that has the little swabs in the individual pack did not arrive. Actually, I left, and it arrived like 3 days after I left. It took a detour from Colorado to Phoenix to New Mexico, so I had to ask a friend to come back and pick it up for me, correct? Because there were a couple of other things that were a little more valuable than that. But anyway, so the moral of the story, I ended actually using the one that I have, correct? But because I only have one, correct? And I have one spot on the C8 and one spot on the C9, I had to say, okay, which is the photo shoot that is more important? So I had to clean the sensor the day before, right? So again, for you guys, the moral of the story is those packages don't occupy any space in your backpack, correct, or in your bag. Take 2 or 3, I think, because each of them has like a 2 sensor swabs and little tiny bottle of liquid, correct? So carry more than one of those. So I have one. I had to use it specifically when I was ready to go to that ranch location, which I needed to make sure that it worked, right? But
You don't do what I do. You don't do what I do.
What?
I just spit on the sensor and use my T-shirt.
Oh my!
A good cotton tip and distilled water is pretty
Hey,
reasonable.
Jeff, I thought that this was a serious show for a good advice to fellow photographers.
Oh, I'm dead serious. Can't you tell?
Exactly.
But the sensor is much more durable than people think.
Yeah, it's not. You know, it's like they used to have the windows on EPROMs and stuff like that, and chips, and they'd say, "Oh, they're so sensitive. They're so sensitive." Working in the electronics industry for most of my life, they're not as fragile as they make them out to be, and any more than those. They tell you they don't want you to touch them because they want you to send them back to Nikon, and you got to pay $60 or $100 to get your camera cleaned. So I've cleaned my sensor more times than I'd ever want to, and you guys heard me bellyache about it. I don't use my sensor shield on my Z9. I leave my well, let's put it this way: the only time I close the sensor on my Z9 is when I change my lens. When I put the lens on, I leave it open, and as long as I don't take that lens off, I leave it open because I was getting some kind of particulates on the sensor all the time. I wrote to Nikon. They said, send it in for cleaning. And all I know is once I did not have that shutter shield opening and closing every time I turned the camera on and off, I haven't had any specks on my sensor or in my viewfinder at all. I only close it when I change my lens.
Well, if you change your lens facing down,
and you change it facing down,
it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so take one of those little packages I can with the travel kits for cleaning your lens. Don't be stingy like I was and carry only one. I think it's good for a trip like that and places like Wayne that goes to Mongolia with a lot of dust and stuff to have more than one package, correct?
Well, the thing too about those little, you're talking, they come like in a silver bag,
exactly,
right? with a like a Ziploc top, and they have a little tube of fluid. Well, they have two variations on the fluid. That's the thing you got to realize too. They got two different types of cleaning fluid. They have a general purpose cleaning fluid, and then they have another cleaning fluid that supposedly is if you had gotten oil on your sensor. And so I bought both, so I have both solutions, because sometimes if I couldn't get something off with the let's say the milder variant, I would then re-clean it with the other one, and then I would usually get off whatever it was. But they actually sell two different chemicals, two different formulations of that stuff. And it's such a ripoff because it's such a small amount of liquid.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, it's like maybe two wide swabs and then a corner one that's really small and a very, very small tube of fluid, and it's like $15. It's like,
using WD-40.
That cost them about, with the packaging and everything, it probably cost them about 15 cents, 20 cents. Yeah,
exactly. This one.
It's ridiculous what they charge.
Yeah. So
distilled water is pretty good on a cotton tip if you're in an emergency.
But it's practical to keep it in the camera, not for your primary cleaning kit, but your travel. travel cleaning kit. But I only have one of these in my bag.
I
Yeah,
try not
here's-
to change lenses anymore
Here's
than I
the
have
one. I
to.
didn't even open this one up yet, right?
Exactly.
So you turn it around, and I guessed right. You get 2 large swabs, 1 corner swab, an instruction sheet, and a small little vial.
Exactly.
And it's like this one is from Visible Dust. Okay. Visible Dust brand. And it's like something like $15 or something crazy.
And that one has a red solution. This one has the green solution. You can see the little vial. That one is red.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
one that I
See,
have
this
here
one
is
I
the green.
threw in. See this bag? I got 1 red, 1 green.
Exactly. And look what is made.
Made in
I'm
Canada.
glad, I'm glad you didn't get confused with this ones with balloons in. Hopefully you never have to clean a sensor. Be very careful, it's very rare. Wayne, I hardly ever do it because I'm very careful.
Yeah, I've had to do it more times than I would ever want to.
Yeah, you had a problem though, but the biggest problem with cameras is the shutter usually. That's the most delicate part. Dust gets in it or fingers
Yeah.
get in it and destroys the shutter. That's much more fragile.
But eventually all sensors get dirty, correct? Even if you are super careful, eventually
Yeah, but it's a rate of how quickly they get dirty. If you're careful, it takes a lot longer.
that is correct. And actually, this was the first cleaning that I had to do on my C9, on my C8, but I couldn't stand the dots. Correct. At one point, because I know I have 1 dot in the C9, then I was doing all the video on the Z8 because you know you can choose, but the problem is in the photos you can deal with the spots, but in the videos you're done. Right?
You can't. Yeah. Well, here you want it here. I'll scare you. You want to know how many dots you really have?
Yeah.
You think you only have 1 dot.
Oh yeah.
You put it in video mode. Okay.
Exactly.
Put it in video mode. Stop your lens down all the way. You know, f32, f22, whatever it is. Aim it at the sky, and look through your viewfinder.
Exactly.
Because you will see when you're in video mode, for whatever reason, you will see so many more specks that are really there when you stop it down all the way and you point it at the sky in video mode, and you'll see all these dots. If you flip the switch to stills and you look and you have the lens stop down and you look at the sky, you may not see any dots. So they're there because I've had it where I was just looking at a still, stop down at the sky, clean the sensor, pointed up at the sky, didn't see any specks, everything looked perfect. Then I'd go and I would take pictures, and the pictures were fine. And I'd do a video, and I'd have specks in the video. And I'm like, how could I have specks in the video? I just cleaned the sensor. I have no dots on my still images. Why am I seeing specks of dust on my videos? Well, then I found out, for whatever reason, if you flip it in video mode, stop the lens down, point it at the sky, that's going to be what you really have for dust. So
you can also transfer dust from the lens.
You may think you have 1 speck, but you got more than 1 speck. Believe me.
No, I'm sure, but that's a lesson here. Carry your travel emergency cleaning equipment with you. And not one, but have more than one. Particularly, somebody going to Africa or something like that. I mean, it would be crazy not to have those. Okay.
Yeah, and
So-
be careful with. I bought every cleaning kit you could buy, and the one that I will not use that I did try, and I'll never use it again. It's actually made by Olympus, or was made for Olympus cameras, and it's like a. Think of it like a popsicle. Think of it like a Tootsie Roll pop, lollipop stick with a gummy bear at the end of it, and it's like it's like a gummy bear, and you're supposed to
Wow.
like stick it on the sensor and lift, and you stick it on the sensor once where the dust speck is, and then you have this sheet of adhesive, a sticky paper. Think of it like not real sticky, but sticky like a Post-it note. You know what's on the back of a Post-it note? Well, the whole thing is like that Post-it note, and you take the gummy bear and then you stick it on the Post-it note so that the speck that you just took off the sensor now gets transferred on that piece of paper,
That's
and then
crazy.
you can use it again, and then you could stick it on the sensor again. Do not buy that. Do not buy that.
One day I can see someone pulling off the piece of glass in front of their sensor.
Yeah, that one could, in my opinion, do some bad
Damage.
stuff to your sensor. You stick with the liquid, like Gustavo just showed you. Stick with the liquid with the wipes. That's the best That's the best, no pun intended. That's the best solution to your problem.
Exactly. And the other thing is they bring you this little one, correct? They bring you 2 swabs, which are I don't know what they use these for.
Those
Those
are for the corners.
Okay.
If you have a dust spot in the corner, the wide ones, it's hard to get in the corner, so they give you that to do the corner.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's one of the lessons. Every time you get out of your control environment, go there, you learn quite a bit. Correct? That's part of the thing. Hey,
Yeah.
I think it was somebody in the conversation here was bringing in the same kind of topic discussion of the sensor shield that Mark Granger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got on the screen here. He did a short video in his it's not on his channel. He had it in like an email that he sent out. You could click on the link, and he dropped his camera and he damaged his sensor shield when he was on a shoot. The camera fell, and he didn't have any dirt on it, but the sensor shield broke. Like the top one was hanging crooked, and then what he had to do was he turned it off, and it didn't like fold down all the way, so he had to took some kind of implementation tool, toothpick or whatever he used, and he pushed it down all the way, and he was able to use the camera for the rest of the trip, but left the sensor shield turned off, obviously, because if he turned it back on, it might have scratched the sensor if he did that. So he just sent that out to get repaired, and it took like 3 or more weeks for him to get the camera back because they didn't stock the part. They're probably not figuring the sensor shield's going to break. But he says basically the sensor shield did what it was supposed to do. It protected the sensor, right? That's what it's supposed to do. But like Roy said, there's so many people that damage their shutters. They, even in the film days, right? They'd open up the back of their camera. They'd see a little speck or something on the shutter. They've got the brilliant ideas. I'll just wipe it off of my finger, poke their hole right through it, or if it was a titanium shutter or whatever, or a metal shutter, they dent it or crease it or whatever and ruin their shutter. Cloth shutter is even worse. Put your finger through it.
And any dust on the shutter wears it out very quickly.
Yeah, but I think John is talking about Matt Granger has 2 C9 bodies, but he explained in the video, and there is a video that because of the trip I think it was to Nepal, a place like that, he had to have only one Z9 with him, so he needed to make sure that the C9 was working because that was the only camera for which he has long lenses.
I think that's the trip that we did.
Bhutan.
He
I
was
think Terry
Hasselblad
correct.
on.
Bhutan.
Bhutan, yeah. The lighted magnifying glass thing, I tried that and I couldn't use that.
The loop.
And you know why I couldn't use it is because the light reflects too much off of the
Sensor.
The light is too intense and it reflects too much off the sensor, and then you can't see the specs. I couldn't see the specs. So lots of times I put it underneath like a lampshade, underneath a lamp, and it's diffused light. It's not as harsh, and I could sit there and angle the camera, and then I can usually pick up and see where the dust is. But sometimes you still can't see the damn dust. To be honest with you, sometimes you just can't see it. It's awful.
Yeah. John is talking about that he never dropped a camera or a lens.
I've never dropped one, but my Z9 jumped off the tripod by itself.
Yeah. Well, it was trying to run away from you.
It was. It didn't like me anymore. Just the foot wasn't done up properly, and it decided to jump.
The issue here is with the use or no use, which is what is being discussed in the of the strap, correct?
Yeah, but sometimes straps can be a pain too.
Exactly. I personally don't use the strap anymore.
They can catch on things and anything.
Exactly. And not only that, certainly for wildlife photography, the straps have the problem that they catch the wind, and then that transfer vibration to your camera. So straps for sure.
Well, if you're shooting on a tripod, you should take the strap off. Period. You know, my opinion. I mean, I take the strap off if I'm putting it on a tripod, but if I'm otherwise, if I'm walking around, I wear a strap. But
have you ever used the in the menu for cleaning your image sensor? Or
doesn't work?
Doesn't work.
Okay.
Doesn't work worth a darn.
It vibrates the sensor.
Yeah, just does a shake without the bake.
Okay.
If you cannot get around it,
it does a little.
If you cannot get it with your blower, if you cannot get it with the blower, which I carry in my camera bag, that thing it will not come off. That means that is.
See, that's what I only use, but I was just wondering if anybody's ever used that because
no, the blower.
I tried it.
Never works.
Never works.
Yeah. The blower works very well, but when you get that, like Jeff was saying, when there is something that has adhesive or a pollen that has some stickiness, it's basically glued to your sensor, you have to wipe it with the cleaning fluid.
The other trouble with those blowers, very old ones, they used to sometimes squirt bits of rubber out from it as they break down.
Yeah.
Well, I'll answer this question in a second.
I use Peak Design anchors, but I don't use the straps much.
I know
they're there if I want to use them, but I don't need them. Watch out for the Chinese synthetic Peak Design copies. They snap.
Let me show you something.
I just got a different strap. I got the Peak Design strap. Okay. Right. Peak Design strap that I was using all the time, the wide one. Okay, for the Z9. I got a narrower one for the ZF body. But what I did was I bought a Lee Photo QD type strap, and I'll show you why I bought that.
Wait, Wayne.
So I got this strap that has the QD release on it, and if I take my Z9 with my 800 PF.
You have that anchored on the bottom, right?
Now you can change as the 800 PF.
Yeah.
Now I bought a plate that I mounted onto the Nikon foot. Some people just change the whole foot. Okay, I bought the plate, has the QD, the hole here for the QD. I just take this sucker, pops right in, drops right down, right at my hip level, and I can
Very fashionable.
put my hand underneath the handle if I want when I'm walking around, so the thing doesn't swing around like this. Works perfect. I can pick it up quickly, take my shot, put it back down, and then what I did was I modified my Peak Design strap. So if I wanted to use it, I bought a separate QD and used the little tab there and wrapped it around the QD hook. So what I could do is one end I could snap it on the top of my camera, and the other end I could snap on the bottom of the foot if I wanted to do that. But I'm liking this Leofoto setup so much more that I'm walking through the woods. I just got my hand under it. It works so great, and I could just pick it up quick and take the picture. And these things were made for rifles. That's where these things came from. You find the military uses these types of QD connectors in the military on their rifles, and they will not come off. They are not going to come off. And so I mean, and this strap is solid, and it's very inexpensive. I mean, it's like $30, maybe $30. So
I'm gonna show you mine. I've had this for years.
Wait
It's
until
Wait
until Jeff puts you big.
All right.
Yeah, I like Peak Design anchors, but I'm not so fond of some of their other stuff. A blower is a good thing to start with when you've got dust on your sensor.
when you got something to show, I'll drag you over. I gotta hang my other thing up here quick.
Yeah, I've had this Nikonian's neck strap for the longest time. What I like about it, it's springy. So you put it on, and then what I've done recently, instead of having just the strap goes through the ring, so here, I added the Peak Design portion on it. So you put the clips on the camera itself, and then have it on here. And like we're talking about the tripod, what I would do is I'll take off this portion and simplify it down to a small piece, kind of clip this loop stuff and wrap them on the lens. So basically, you just have this removed from this section. And even though it's cool, one of the things why I don't use it because it's kind of bulky. So usually with my shoulders bag when I'm carrying it, I have to like find some way to stick all the lens and everything inside there. So I just took it off, but I still have it. So for those times when I need to use it, I can put the things back on the camera and just utilize this because it works very well. And now with the Peak Design thing, it just makes it so much easier. I can just pop it right off and just put it someplace else in the bag.
Well, straps are such a pain that you want to be quick.
Yeah.
The other thing you might want to consider for smaller cameras is Peak Design makes a little wrist strap with the clip. So you could just, if you got like a ZF or a ZFC, you don't want to wear it around your neck. Camera doesn't weigh a ton anyway. You just put this on your wrist, and then you move your wrist and it tightens right up like that. And then
if you're traveling, I think they're a good idea. But
it's good when you're walking. You're kind of holding the camera in your hand anyway. But if you let go of the camera, it isn't going to hit the ground. You know, that works pretty good too.
I have the
good for
hand strap on
traveling, but
30. Just
I'm
put your
picking
hand
up
through
cameras and putting them down all the time.
right there.
Yeah.
Taking a look.
Yeah.
I think that's good. The wrist strap's good for travelers, but I'm picking them up and putting them down all the time. 2 or 3 cameras, it doesn't work.
No, not when you got multiple cameras.
You got to have more than one. What'd you put in your other hand?
Roy, with all the
I-
cameras you have, you would have to have 10 or 20 straps wrapped around your neck, or you'd have to have special hooks on your belt, and the belt would have to be really tight because you'd have everything hanging off your hips, man.
I tried those lens holders that you strap on your belt. They pull your trousers down. They were terrible.
I mean, the peak straps work great if you're to me, work great. I have no issue. I used it with the 800, and I had the straps on the camera body, but I said, I don't want, because of the extra weight of that lens, I want to have it on the foot. So I had to make a change because I wanted to pick up the weight, the connection point on the foot of the camera. But if you're someone that's shooting, 400 millimeter f4.5 or smaller, you could probably it wouldn't be a big deal if you just use put the straps on the eyelets of the camera body. You'd probably be fine. But when you start getting into the heavier stuff and the longer glass, you got to start thinking a little different, I think.
Except the ZA, if you haven't sent it to Daikon.
I'm gonna take off, guys.
Bye, Wayne.
So,
Those,
They're
We're gonna be quitting in 9 minutes anyway.
Exactly.
your timer.
Yes. So have a good one. Thanks for the images.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me again.
Have fun with the glass. Have fun with that glass.
She's ready to go.
She's ready to go.
You guys.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Those peak design anchors work with most neck straps, though.
Yeah. I do like and I tell you, they're very strong, and they last a real long time. I've never had to replace one yet. They have not, because they'll have like if they start to wear, you'll have like a wear indicator, and when you should change it out. So I've never had it slightly unravel or
me neither.
at all. So
They seem very well made.
very, very good, very good design. Terry's using the Black Rapid with the QD. I mean, the QD is super, super secure. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, they're made to hold weight, way more than 10 times more than anything you're going to put on your camera. I mean,
390 or something.
And still, Jeff, I have seen somebody that one time reporting the problem with the QD, particularly, that the kind of ball and enclosure will wear out with time. Okay. So because they say that yes, it's done by the military, but if you drop a rifle, the rifle probably was still working. But if you drop the lens of 800 millimeter, that's a different. So some people basically try to do a double, correct? They use that system combined with another system.
Well, when people say double, the only way you're going to have a fail safe is you got to have 2 straps around your neck.
That's true.
That's right.
That's it. Because if I took my peak design strap right now and I put one on the camera and one on the QD on the foot, you still only have a single point of failure. Either end fails, the camera falls.
Yep.
If the strap
Depends on how quick your reflexes are.
there are ways to do it, but and that's why so if you look at the foot of your, I mean, you don't have it there, but the foot of the C8, the foot of the um, slate of the 800 and the 800 PF. Sometimes you have the seat for the QD, but you also have for that other system, the one that you screw into the foot. Correct?
Yeah, that's the really right stuff. The
Trouble as soon as you put that on, you can't be on a tripod.
or the Black Rapid or whatever.
Exactly.
But the
Which
thing
is a pain in the neck.
you know how you have on the bigger lenses, you have the place where you could attach a lens, attach the strap to your lens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if you went and you put a strap on your lens and the strap on your foot or on your camera body, then you got a fail-safe system. If one strap breaks, you got the other one there to hold the camera around your neck. But you know, how many people are going to want to wear two straps and pick the camera up? And
I don't like even one.
You're getting all wrapped around yourself and everything, and gets hooked
and
on
then you fall with the cameras.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, that just I mean, I think it's good, like anything, you know, to inspect those, you know, how solid things are, correct?
But it's funny, you know, and everybody has their own. Camera straps are a very personal thing. That there is no you know,
there's nothing
right
perfect.
or wrong per se. You know, there's so many variations out there, but you get what works for you. It's just like buying it's like buying a camera bag, right? How many camera bags you own? How many camera straps you own? The answer: too many.
Exactly.
I'm going to have to sort out mine soon. I've got too many. I need someone to donate them.
Yeah, Scuba Rozzy is. See, I haven't seen. Like I had not seen. Everybody I know that has a Black Rapid strap has the hook as well, and I personally don't like the hook because when I'm using that QD on the foot, if I got to now take that lens and put it on a tripod, I'm not unscrewing. I'm not unscrewing anything. I'm not fighting with a hook. I'm not unscrewing a part. I'm just going push a button, take it off, take the camera, put it on a tripod, tighten it down. When I'm done, take it off, push the thing back in. I'm ready to go. It's a lot. It's just quick. It's just quick.
Some of those Arca Swiss plates, you can get a little lug at the end to attach the strap to as well. You could put a Peak Design anchor on that.
Yeah,
you can still fit it on the tripod.
That is actually what I have been thinking. That is practical, actually, to secure the long lens to the tripod, right? Because I have seen that problem before, correct?
Yeah, that's why I never use those screw-in things that go in the bottom of the camera and the bottom of the lens.
Exactly, because sometimes the actual tripod head can get unscrewed or something, and then you are then you have a trouble. And I have seen that before, correct? They could be as well.
It's what's frustrating is with these, whether it be camera feet or camera plates, it's hard to find ones with a QD on it. It's only a handful of them. It's not like there's no standardization, you know. It's like some will have two screws, and one screw will be a quarter, and one screw will be a 3/8, you know, on a foot. Some of them will both be a quarter. Some of them will be both a 3/8. Some of them will have a combination.
That's what adapters are for.
Plus a QD. I mean, come on, guys. Can't you agree on a standard so no matter what brand you buy, it can do whatever you want to use it for? It drives you nuts. You go and you got to go and say, oh, I need a new plate because I'm switching to this and it doesn't have a QD on it, or I'm switching to that and it doesn't have a place for me to loop the looped a little attachment for my Peak Design strap on it, or what a way to just make you spend more money for.
I think all the cameras should have that Arca Swiss plate built in, like the way the hand grip does to the ZF.
Exactly.
That would be a big step forward. And all their long lenses should have an Arca Swiss.
Exactly.
I've been whinging about that for years.
Yeah, they must get. Maybe they're getting kickbacks from the from those other guys. I don't know, to not do it on their lenses. I just don't understand why. But anyway, we're pretty much at 2:00, folks. So we're gonna call it a night. I'm losing my voice. My throat's getting a little sore. Anyway, wonder why. But another wonderful photo review. Wonderful crowd. We still got 30 people here. If my name was Chuck Egan, I'd say, oh, I guess I got to stay on for another couple hours. And then if it stays at 30 people, I go, I guess I'll stay on for a couple more hours. And then next thing you know, it'll be 7:30 in the morning. But unfortunately, I guess I have to admit that Chuck has more stamina than I do. I cannot.
He's got more than most of us.
I cannot keep going that long. So I give him a lot of credit. But thank you everybody in the chat. Down the road, we're going to have a little discussion. We're going to have Albert on as a guest, our expert with all the different adapters, lens adapters, and makes his own lens adapters. The guy's like the auto body guy for the camera world when it comes to lenses and bodies. So I'm working with him to put together a little presentation. Hopefully it'll be in the next week or two that we'll do that, and we'll probably have a multiple parts, not necessarily 1 week right after the other, but we're going to continue to work on stuff. And I continue to request from anybody in the chat, you got a new gadget, you got a certain technique that you use to get a certain photo, you found a way to do something better, you just want to share how you do. If somebody wants to share, if somebody want to do a segment on doing focus stacking, okay, or if somebody wanted to do like Gustavo did a segment there, showing you how to use the new features on the Z9, where you can have it start taking pictures when something falls within a certain field of view, of your camera, and it automatically the capture modes. So there's all these little blocks and segments of camera technology that can be discussed in a little more detail. And if anybody wants to put together a presentation, or you just saw it tonight, I can share videos. You can share videos. If you want to do a quick video on how to do something, you say, Jeff, I need 15 minutes on the show. I did a video on how to do this or how to do that. Thumbs up. I'm going to give you one of these. Had to do it once. You come on the show and you present it, because this show is about community. Okay, so share your ideas, share your techniques. If you have, so let's say you're I'll just make stuff up that's real here. You say you really do a lot of macro photography, okay, and you want to share your techniques. Okay, what do you do on a windy day? What do you do to block the wind, if it's going to affect your photo? What are some techniques that you use? Everybody has their little secrets. And if you're willing to share them, we're willing to let you share them on this show, because all that does is help everybody else that's here. We don't all necessarily have the time to go out and buy every photo book and read up on all this stuff, or buy a ton of photo magazines, which now are so stupidly expensive. $15 or $20 for one photo magazine is kind of a ripoff, in my opinion. So let's share between ourselves, guys. Let's share between ourselves. Anyway, we're off, guys. Have a good one. Until next week, we're signing off.